Good afternoon, everyone. This is Everyday Shenanigans, and thanks for joining me from the High 10. Yes, commentary from East Tennessee. For those who do not know about this network, I'm an East Tennessean, and 1 hour from the subject matter at hand pertaining to Summer Wells. I'm going to bring you part 3 information pertaining to Mr. Pruitt, who is the lead investigator in this case pertaining to Summer Wells. He's been on the case since the beginning, working alongside TBI and the FBI. And if you have information pertaining to Summer Wells, viable information, please call 1-800-TBI-FINE. I'm going to play you commentary from Mr. Pruitt and the reporter. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining me. If you need verification for any information, WJHL is the source. All the commentary, it's part 3. Part 1 and 2 were uploaded yesterday. They're in the YouTube queue, and they're also posted to my community board. Thank you for joining me. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining me. This is a 2-part live. The first part of this live will be pertaining to legal troubles, which is the title of the information. Why have the Wells stopped cooperating? When did they actually stop cooperating? Do they only have one set of attorneys, which are the attorneys that were appointed for the children when the children were removed from their care? What were the instances that he's referring to that bleeds over into the investigation for why the children were removed? As I said, do they have other attorneys for their personal self, not just attorneys that were appointed for the children? And who posted the sign up on the property? There's information in the queue that there is a Summer Wells sign that's posted adjacent or onto the said acreage of 110 Ben Circle Way. And I'd like to know who put that up there. And I also like to know, why are you all still going up there, poking around, looking around? Because my thing is, why not put the sign somewhere where people can see it? That I will discuss that here in just a second. Thank you all so much for joining me. Just 1 second. Thank you all so much.
Parents of Hawkins County 6-year-old Summer Wells. And for the first time, we're hearing from the lead investigator at the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office in charge of the case. Tonight, he tells us what the Wells family relationship with law enforcement looks like now, as Summer's father remains in jail and lawyers are involved.
In February, Sheriff Ronnie Lawson told News Channel 11 that the Wells family had lawyers and were no longer cooperating. The lead investigator for the case explained how that, as well as how her father's current stint in jail on unrelated charges, hasn't moved this case forward.
The family has attorneys involved, and that is not a direct line of communication.
That tone is quite the change from what it was last year when Summer was first reported missing.
It was pretty good. We would show up about every day, make sure that they were okay, and had a decent line of communication with them.
About a month later, in July, Child Protective Services removed her 3 older brothers from their home and appointed attorneys to the case.
They have been appointed for other instances, but it bleeds over into this investigation as well.
Summer Wells' father, Don, was arrested late last year for driving under the influence and violating probation.
Going off of that, obviously we know that Don Wells is incarcerated here. Does that play a role at all in this investigation?
No, ma'am.
On February 7th, a judge ordered him to serve the remainder of his 11 months and 29-day sentence in the Hawkins County Jail.
With Mr. Wells, he knows when he first came into the institution, he knows at any time he wants to talk to let their staff know, and I will get to him as quick as I can.
But Pruitt hopes the Wells family knows that despite the other legal troubles, they can reach out anytime.
Communication between me and the family have changed, but I hope that they still understand that they can come talk to me at any time they want to.
You can find all of today's coverage from our interview with Detective Pruitt, as well as more in-depth reports on the Search for Summer section of our website.
WJHL is the source. Thank you so much for joining me, and thank you, Mr. Pruitt, for your diligence to this case. I'm going to bring you this information, which was uploaded 13 hours ago. In February, Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson told News Channel 11 that the Wells family had lawyers and was not cooperating. The lead investigator for the Summer Wells case explained how that and the fact Summer's father is in jail on unrelated charges have been factors in the investigation. The family has attorneys involved, and that is not a direct line of communication, said Detective John Pruitt with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office. That tone is quite the change from what it was last year when Summer was first reported missing in June. It was pretty good, he recalled. We would show up about every day and make sure they were okay. Had a decent line of communication with them, quote unquote. About a month later, in July 2021, Child Protective Services removed Summer's 3 older brothers from their home and appointed attorneys to the case. They have been appointed for other instances, but it bleeds over into this investigation as well, Pruitt explained. When asked about Summer's father, Don Wells, being in jail on unrelated charges, Pruitt said that played no role in the investigation. On February 7th, the judge ordered Don Wells to serve the remainder of his 11 months and 29-day sentence to the Hawkins County Jail for driving under the influence in violation of his probation. With Mr. Wells, he knows when he first came into the institution, he knows that at any time he wants to talk, let staff know, and I'll get him as quick as I can, Pruitt said. The lines of communication between me and the family have changed, but I hope that they understand that they can come talk to me at any time they want to. WJHL is the source. So, Mr. Donald Wells is incarcerated for violation of probation and driving under the influence. He has received an 1129 sentence. This commentary states that he can feel free to contact Mr. Pruitt, the sheriff's office, and Candace whenever they choose to. So that is the main question pertaining to my live today. Thank you for joining me. Why and when did they stop communicating with law enforcement? He states in his commentary that they had a good rapport last year. So are we to believe that the rapport ended last summer, June, July? The child went missing in June. The children were taken 6 weeks later, which would have put it roughly over the end of the month of July. So lawyers were appointed for the children for instances. What were those instances that have bled over into the investigation? Will they get their children back? Have they severed their rights, or has the state decided to sever the rights? Once again, what are the instances that the children were removed from their care that bleed over into the investigation of Summer Wells? Do they have a different set of attorneys? And why were they talking if they had attorneys for the children? Because common sense would tell you anything you do and say will be held against you in a court of law pertaining to your children. So it doesn't matter what you're going to court for. Any information is viable, be it a criminal offense and or determine your rights to access to your children. So why did these two continue to stay on social media and talk to different people, knowing they had attorneys for their children, and anything that they did and said would factor in them keeping their children, visiting their children, rights being restored, taken away, yah, yah, yah? Why did these people stay on social media? And as you know, Candace has factored herself as a superstar in the eyes of some buffoons, and she doesn't realize it's not helping her get her children back. So one would have to wonder if she cares to get her children back. Why don't we ask that question? Do she want her children back? Does she and Donald Wells want their children back? Because their behavior says no, they don't. And now we have a second source to say lawyers are involved, such as what was said to us by Mr. Lawson back in February. We're now in the month of April. And we're now hearing this again by the lead investigator. Let's ask ourselves this question. Why is the lead investigator now speaking? Why is he now coming forward? And I brought you commentary last night that they feel the case is no better off than where it was June 15th because of people interfering with misinformation, meddling people, The title of the video and also this article says they can't move forward because of what? Legal troubles. So what do we say? The issue with the children or the issue with the father being incarcerated? What is Mr. Pruitt trying to say? Because that's where I was a little confused. I had to play this audio at least 3 or 4 times so I could get a good understanding of what he was trying to say. No direct line of communication. Why? Why not? Why are you all not cooperating with the police? When did you two stop cooperating with law officials? Last summer or here recently? Do they only have lawyers that are pertaining to the children, or do they have also their own separate criminal lawyers? And if they have separate lawyers for themselves, why would you need them? You have not been arrested. You have not been indicted on any said charges pertaining to the child. So once again, do they only have lawyers pertaining to the children that were appointed for the children? Or are we also talking about other lawyers separately? It sounded like just the children's lawyers. If not, I stand corrected. Is this a sign of guilt, them now not cooperating? Have the Wells told the world in a subtle way they are guilty of something pertaining to the child, her disappearance, discardment? Once again, why were the lawyers appointed for the children? What are the instances that the children were removed that bleeds over into the investigation? Once again, what is the truth? Candace made reference to having these higher-ups with this mess about a cell phone and all that type of stuff, and I really don't want to get into any of that in my commentary today, but who did she give her cell phone to? His cell phone to? Are these the lawyers you're talking about? Is there some relevance in there pertaining to the children? Summer Wells? I don't know. See, this is why you can't believe stuff that come out of people's mouths who have not been truthful about a very specific event, such as a child missing. You can't tell me the truth about her disappearance. So really, you can't tell me the truth about a cell phone, what you did this morning, what you did yesterday, because you lie. So why would I believe anything out of her mouth? Are they getting the kids back? Once again, right severed, what? Where does the court stand with the children with Donald and Candace Wells? Legal troubles that haven't moved the case forward. What does Mr. Pruitt mean by that? Say it again. Is it the troubles with Mr. Wells being incarcerated? Is he not complying? Is he not talking to them? Was he the head knocker for all the news with Ellie? Was Donald Wells the go-to person with Ellie? When it was time for Ellie to talk to the Wells, was Donald Wells the only one that would talk? And if so, why wouldn't Candy talk? Would they be suspicious of her not wanting to talk? Because it seems like Donald was the orchestrator of this mess pertaining to their child. Going to the news, going to social media. Once again, what does he mean by legal troubles haven't moved the case forward? As I said, did they stop talking to Ellie after the children were taken and the court appointed lawyers for the children? Donald Wells in jail. Once again, is Donald the head knocker? The one that Ellie would speak to pertaining to the disappearance of Summer Wells. Why are they not complying with Ellie? Who put the sign on the mount? I find it very discouraging that someone would put that sign up there. Now, is it the fact of Candace and her family putting the sign there? Well, let's say Candace and her family didn't put the Summer Wells sign up there. Then that means some busybody put the sign up there. And why would you crawl up there to put a sign up there that the only people going to see it is somebody driving by on that little, what I call a dirt road? Why not put the sign somewhere where everybody could see the sign? People coming into the community, people going out of the community. To me, that would make more sense. We have somebody on the ground filming this sign, showing trash on the property, blah, 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 at the bottom of the hill. My thing is, once again, why are you there? What is the significance of you being there? Why are you creeping around private property to show a tree, showing a half sign torn off? Who tore that sign off? Somebody being snide, facetious in nature. So this is why you don't need to be creeping around 110 Bend Circle Way. You see, some of you like trouble and drama. I see that now. Like I said, this short venture to YouTube has been a very eye-opening experience in talking about true crime. That the people who discuss the crime, chat in the boxes, are similar to the people who possibly got the child gone. Yeah, I said that. Because the behavior is asinine. You're supposed to be a spectator, not an instigator. You're not an investigator, but you're instigating. Stay woke. See, some of you need to stay in your lane because there's no reason to be poking around their property. Curiosity killed the cat. Had you not heard of that statement before? Curiosity killed the cat. There comes a point when one must know his or her place in life. Stay out of the way. Stay in your lane. There's a reason why those sayings became popular in American pop culture. Stay in your lane. It means you're a busybody, you're nosy, you're meddlesome, you're a troublemaker, instigator. Stay in your lane. And with all that has happened with people poking around up there, it should be obvious to anybody with a brain to leave well enough alone. So I am curious to the sign that's posted up near the property. Who put the sign there? And if it was not put up there by Candace, because we know that Mr. Wells has been gone a little while, then who put the sign there? And why would you put it there if you're not a Wells family member? And why are you creeping around the property? And why are you filming the property in anywhere near 110 Bend Circle Way? To show us what exactly? I think we have seen enough of 110 Bend Circle Way. By foot, by mouth, by drone, area view, Google search. Yes, you could get hurt. And I think a lot of you don't seem to realize that you're putting yourself in a dangerous situation. Perhaps maybe to you, it's a joke to you. It's funny to you. It's content for your channel or whatever, or whoever you are that you feel the need to go there. Curiosity. But as I said, curiosity killed the cat. You don't know who's watching. You don't know who's looking. Somebody might want to have a little fun with you while you're creeping around 110 Bend Circle Way. Oh, they like walking around filming themselves. I'll give them something to film. You see, you don't know who might follow you out of a holler and give you a taste of your own medicine. You like being filmed? Well, I'm going to make you famous, as one man told a woman a few years ago when he shot her in cold blood in her house because she liked going live. Stay woke. You want to go live? I'm going to make you famous. You want to be famous? I'm going to make you famous. And he made her apologize on a live stream before he murdered her in front of Facebook viewers because she had been a busybody on Facebook, meddling in his relationship with his new girlfriend. Don't get it twisted now. Different scenario, but same situation. Do you understand? The premise is the same. Why meddle in something that does not concern you? As I said, there's nothing wrong with wanting to try to bring forth information, so you say. for whatever reason, whether you're a creator, alleged creator of YouTube or Pookie View, Pookie Flicks. Maybe that's what we're going to start calling YouTube. Pookie Flicks. Because there's a lot of Pookies walking around. And they're fair-skinned. Stay woke. A bunch of nosy Karens. It's all the same. You have to be very careful in trading on private property and looking for ghosts and goblins. Because, see, the thing you don't understand is that Donald and Candy never cared. And that is the very reason why you now have Mr. Pruitt speaking to the general public after Ronnie Lawson. They never cared. That's why the child's gone. That's why the boys are in the state's care. And that is why you have one locked up and one going live and jumping on panels. Because they never cared. And current day, they still don't care. And they're not faded by you posting up stuff, pictures, whatever you're doing, standing around the property, standing at the driveway, going live. Haven't you figured out they don't care? They don't care. They've never cared. And you keep doing stuff to try to make them care, it appears. I don't really know the motivation for half of the stuff some of you are doing. I have no idea what you're doing. But I know that you can get yourself in something you can't get out of by meddling in grown folks' business. Because in the end, these are people that you all don't know. You don't know anything about the Wells. You don't know anything about the children. You don't know them personally. So really, you don't have any business bothering them. It is what it is. Tons of people go missing in America. Tons of people are murdered in America. And you just don't go prying in people's inboxes and private properties, banging on doors, hanging around the property, filming, because you don't know who's watching. And they may have some people that are diehard followers and enablers, and they might want to pay you a little visit. Maybe they want to follow you out to the nearest stop sign and blow your damn brains out, flat your tires, drag you out your car, beat your car windows in. See, you need to wake up. To you, it may seem innocent. Well, I'm just trying to get some information. Although you're not law official, you're not a private investigator. You're just a random person with a channel. Or a Facebook groupie, junkie. It's all the same. You still can get hurt. And I think you should see that the people in the general area are not concerned with you. I think they've shown you that you're not welcome there. And they don't want to talk to you all. And they're not interested in you going live and posting photographs and pictures of the area, the street. Because that's what I've told you all since I started talking about Summer Wells. Don't you find it strange that the people in the community of Rogersville weren't gathering on behalf of Summer Wells? Why not? See, you all don't listen. You like the theatrics of people, jumping out of helicopters and all that type of shenanigans. But see, what's going to happen is somebody's going to jump out of an airplane, helicopter, without a parachute. And they're going to be on their own down there in Beach Creek community. And you might find yourself where Summer is, if you get my drift. Don't get it twisted. As the old saying goes, seek and ye shall find. Seek and ye shall find. Keep looking back there in the holler, and you will become a part of the holler in a way you can't imagine. It's been told it's rough terrain, hard to navigate. Be ashamed for you to end up back there and nobody can find you. Leave those people alone. It's over with. The father is incarcerated. The mother is oblivious to the world and her children. So leave her and him and those people back there alone. That's my said commentary. If you'd like to join me for a brief conversation pertaining to this commentary by Mr. Pruitt, feel free to hit the link. One second. Thank you all for joining me. If you'd like to donate to the channel, $ Big Angie, 129 Cash App, all super chat to welcome during this live. Thank you all so much for the support, commenting on the community post that I put up. Thank you for following the content. I appreciate it. And thank you for the nice and kind donations. God bless all of you. Have a wonderful week. Please stay safe. Watch the children. Be a part of the solution and not the problem. Amen. I do not know where this investigation is going. It looks very grim at this point. I could be wrong, but it doesn't look good to me. And I don't want to assume anything at this point because I don't even have a clue to what the hell is going on. If you'd like to join this panel, hit the link to give your said commentary. Thank you for joining me. This is Everyday Shenanigans. Thank you for your time. Hello, KM. Thank you for joining me, sweetheart. Yes, they've spoken to you and told you how they feel about the investigation, Mr. Lawson and now Mr. Pruitt. And they've told you now more than once about meddling and calling in things that were not relevant to the child, making up stuff. You all seem to forget they go out and chase down those tips that you call in. You're wasting their time. You don't even know how many people are actually working the investigation. You don't know how many people are answering the phone lines. You have no idea because they haven't told you and they don't have to. They don't owe you an explanation. So you ought to have enough respect to only call in anything viable pertaining to Summer Wells and or her parents and the demographics of that house. You didn't have anything viable to call in about. You had no business calling. You had no business calling those people, asking them a damn thing. A lot of you are very honorary. You want to be important. But to me, you mimic the parents because that is why their children are gone. They're feeding off of their children being gone by 5 minutes of social media hype. It's not even fame. It's hype. It's BS. And that lets me know they were sick. That's why the children are gone. That's why Summer is gone. She's possibly permanently gone because they didn't want her. They want to be bothered. Doesn't even matter. Accident, this, that. The girl is gone. And 9 times out of 10, you're not going to see her. She's not coming back. This is not a game. This is real life. Real people. Real children in foster care. One child missing, possibly dead. This is not a game. So all this playing with law enforcement, calling them, worrying them to death, endless videos of made-up scenarios and flying saucers and shit, you're too old for that. And it's sad somebody would have to tell you that. But somebody need to check some of you because you're disrespectful. You don't care anything about that kid. The stuff you're doing is obvious. You don't care for her. You definitely don't care for her parents. Even when you pretend that you're ride or die with them. Oh, innocent until proven guilty. Man, wake up. Children are murdered every day by their family members, caretakers, siblings, neighbors. Why would this case be any different? The people have told you they don't got anything showing an abduction or the child wandering off. Just like I told people in the chat yesterday, if somebody wandered off, 9 times out of 10, the dog would have hit the scent at the last location, such as a neighbor's house. The dog will stop right there. Let you know, oh, right here. But it didn't. But you all went on with the rumors and lies of feeding the dust and the dirt. Police never told you that. You're listening to idle BS from neighbors who want it to be seen and heard. And it's disrespectful. And it hinders the investigation.
Why is it not working?
Hello?
Did it pair?
Hello?
Yeah, it paired.
What do you have to say, dear?
Hey, Queen, I'm having trouble getting my computer to work. I'm going to drop off. I
Well,
don't
you're
know what's
talking.
wrong with it.
Listen, you're
Okay,
talking
I'm going
right
to try to
now.
come back up if you're
Hey,
still on. I'm sorry. I
listen,
apologize.
you're talking right now. Oh, my Lord. I don't have time for this. Hello, everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining me. 170 in the room. If you have something you'd like to bring forward to this information, your opinion pertaining to the lawyers being hired, which I believe they were on board from day one when the children were taken. What were the instances that the children were removed? How is it playing a role into this investigation? Do they have other attorneys that are for their own personal livelihood? When did they stop cooperating with law officials? Was it last summer? Why did they stop cooperating? Is this a sign of them being guilty? Do they want their children back? Will they get their children back? With all the things that have transpired on social media, is this a reason for them not to get their children back? Has the state already made a decision about the rights of Donald and Candace Wells? And who put the sign up on the mount? Was it put there by Candace, or was it a busybody that planted that sign up there? And as I said, only person that would see the sign is somebody that would be back there on that road, not the general public. So what would be the purpose of it being there? Why not put it in an open field in a heavily trafficked area in the city limits where people can see the sign? Jog a memory. It's my said commentary. Thank you for joining me. Well, just doing me. You were just up here. I saw you when you was up here. You cut your camera off, and you were talking. So I don't know. Yes, Nubian, and it's sad that anyone would have to instruct a grown-up how to behave pertaining to a missing child and meddling in the affairs of a open investigation and stalking the parents. Because by law, that is what you're doing. It is called stalking. That's why I was given the name stalking. And to some of you, you don't seem to understand that. When you constantly call a person, they don't want you to call, and they've told you, you're stalking them. You constantly message them, you're stalking them. You constantly show up wherever they are, you're stalking them. You're going onto private property, you're stalking them. You stand outside the driveway, mailbox, uninvited, you're stalking them. That's just the bottom line. Doesn't matter what you think they did. We have laws that say you can't do that. You're not supposed to do that. If the people tell you, I don't want to talk to you, I don't want you coming around my house, my job, why are you doing it? Because you wouldn't want somebody doing it to you. And I'm sure many of you have had friends, family members who have committed crimes and done things. You would be very offended if people just started banging on your door and hanging outside your house and leaning on your car to talk to you about what Pookie did and what Bob did. Oh, but you're Bob's friend. You know him. Tell me about Bob. Tell me about Bob. Bob stole millions of dollars. You were hanging with Bob. I want to talk to you. I'm a YouTuber. I'm the news. Well, I don't want to talk to you. Well, why not? You're Bob's friend. You're Bob's brother. I need a story. See, this is the real world. Hello.
Hey, everyone.
What do you have to say?
How are you, Queen? First, how are you?
I'm trying to make it. I'm trying to make it. What's going on?
Well, let's do it. Yeah, I have been. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I have been appalled. I have been appalled at this behavior. It has been disgraceful. I cannot believe a mother would act in such a way, go bail another man out of jail and spend money that was donated to her and for her child, for this child that's missing, that we don't know where he is.
Yeah. Well, no, I want you to address what I mentioned in the video, if you don't mind, first.
Okay, I didn't see
the lawyers, the lawyers, they're not cooperating. They have family attorneys that I believe the attorneys are pertaining to the children who were removed. And also, he doesn't, I don't know if he's trying to say that because the father's locked up, that they're not being able to talk to them. So that's why I'm wondering if Don was the orchestrator of the liaison between Ellie and himself. And also,
Something
a sign was posted up there. I saw that in the queue today. And I'd like to know who posted this Summer Wells sign up on the property. Was it done by Candace or by somebody else? That's my commentary.
A Summer Wells sign?
Yes, dear.
Okay, no, I can't make it make sense, and that's just beyond that. That's beyond. Lord, please help this situation. I mean, she is just disgusting. Her behavior, everything about her, she's disgusting. She's appalling. She should never have been a mother. I'm sorry. She didn't deserve it. Did not deserve it. I've been removed from the case for a few days, so I'm not up to date on what's going on.
Well, you might need to go to the YouTube queue or my community board where you hear the information. It's a 3-part video of the lead investigator speaking. He's spoken to WJ Jail about the said information.
I did catch part of that, and I didn't like his tone in that interview.
What do you mean?
Well, he didn't sound like he cared very much.
Come on, don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, I'm very pro law enforcement. My dad was a police officer, and my mom worked at the police department. So I'm not doing that. I'm just saying, like, when I've heard other detectives speak, it was not in that way, in that manner, maybe.
What manner was that? I felt like he was being truthful to me. My opinion, he didn't sound mean-spirited. He didn't sound like he had given up. See, you haven't followed the content because I brought you all information last night where he adamantly, listen, let me finish. Where he adamantly says, I am diligent. He laid out what he does when he gets to the job.
I didn't hear all of it.
See, that's why you have to listen. You can't just come in and give a half-baked opinion on something that you didn't listen to, sweetheart.
I just wanted to give my opinion on what I heard.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, have you listened to all 3 videos?
No, I haven't.
I just have to listen to all 3. You'd have to listen to all 3.
When you meant, I mean, I'm sure, I have to get the full picture. So I will do that.
Well, somebody else is saying he looked like he felt like he was being bothered. Well, you all are entitled to your opinion. I didn't take his interview that way.
Okay.
I didn't take it that way. There's 3. It's a 3-part interview. It's 3 parts. They broke it up into 3 parts. They didn't show everything he said in one video because naturally that's not how the news work. They had to chop it up. But he basically said, he has a lot to do. He had other cases he works on, but he checks all voicemails as soon as he goes to work. Anything that he left doing yesterday, he starts on that on the day he goes in, such as like today. So he does his work, but like they say, I mean, he does have other cases besides Summer Wells.
Right. I'm wondering how much the FBI and TBI is involved, really. Like, who is handling this investigation? Do you know?
They've already said they're all working together. He's already said that.
Okay. All right. Usually there's a lead, and I just didn't know if you'd heard the latest. Okay. Well, I will go and watch the series and hope to catch you later, Queen.
Okay.
I've missed you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a great.
Hello, everybody in the chat. You're entitled to your opinion, how you feel about anybody in this storyline, but I'm not getting ready to douse the man with gasoline his first day out the gate. I'm not about to do that. So I'm not about to do that. Because if he didn't want to speak, he didn't have to speak. Nobody put a gun to his head and told him he had to speak to the general public. He could have passed. He could have said, I prefer not to give a comment at this time. If the news reporters went to his office to say we would like to speak to somebody about the Summer Wells case. I would think that he possibly had something he wanted to say, and he came out on his own. He came out on his own to speak. Perhaps he wanted the public to know about them not cooperating, that it is true that they have lawyers. He didn't have to tell us anything. So I think he did this on his own. But you're entitled to your interpretation of Mr. Pruitt's demeanor. Well, I'm not here to argue with you all about what Mr. Pruitt said. I don't do this. If the case is the same from now to June, then it is what it is. I mean, what would there be to argue about? Because in the end, we don't know what they know, and we also know that they don't tell us everything. KM, would you like to come up and speak? I don't have anything negative to say about Mr. Pruitt. I don't know him. Well, 115, we will see what they have. We will just that's really all you can do in a situation such as this is wait to see what they have. I mean, we waited with Cal City and we got news that was very, disturbing and baffling in that arena. So to me, this is no different. You don't know everything. You don't know what they're doing behind the scenes. They don't have to tell you everything. Hello, Dar.
Hello, y'all.
Ooh, wow. Damn. Got to be more careful. What do you have to say here?
I don't understand why people are having such a hard time comprehending what he said. He said what he said, and that's that.
Well, did he appear like he didn't care to you?
No.
Yeah, because I missed all that. I'm trying to understand, what did somebody see in the interview where he felt like he didn't care?
He was straight and to the point. I mean, nothing about him. Are you guys expecting him to cry tears? I mean, this is his job. He sees, this kind of crazy nonsense, whether it's missing people, murdered people, robberies. He sees all kinds of stuff all the time. They are not going to jump on an interview and just start shedding tears. Why? So everybody can take that and misconstrue, him caring more about this case than the next case or the previous case.
Well, he laid out what he does.
Yeah,
walking into the office. I don't think he even had to say that. No. But obviously, he felt like he wanted people to know, because maybe he has been getting, people complaining and moaning about where the case is going. Why don't you have any arrests? Blah, blah, blah. So he said, this is what I do as soon as I walk in. I check this. I check this. I check what happened yesterday to verify whatever happened yesterday. Then I move forward into today information. And then after that, I go into my older cases. I mean,
he didn't have to, and I bet you people are questioning it, or he just felt, hey, I'm going to throw that out there so it's not in question, so people aren't saying, what do you guys actually do on a daily basis? We don't know. We might have an arrest tomorrow. We might have an arrest today. We might have an arrest like Cal City in 14 months from now. It's going to happen.
Small Fry says, I think he was tired of people calling in, demanding answers and same questions. That's why I said that. That's why I said, I think he came out on his own.
He's tired of it. They're tired of it.
On his own.
You can't be calling the local sheriff's department, TBI, the FBI on a daily basis just based on your own feeling. I mean, do people not realize how much time that truly takes up?
Obviously, they don't.
It's to them, it's out of control. This has been out of control. I think a lot of people have made a mockery out of it.
Yes.
And at some point, it has to stop.
Yeah. Well, my thing is, if people haven't learned the ramifications for meddling and investigation. There's nothing you can say or do to make these robots understand. You see, the parents don't care. So why would we be shocked that there's some other lifeless vessels out here that like to meddle and keep up mess? As if, they act like this is, like I said, like it's a game. You can hop in when you want. When you get tired of playing, like what kids do with toys, go put it back on the shelf or throw it over in the corner, and then go over here, eat your Hostess cake, and then come back, take a nap, wake back up, grab the joystick. This is not a game.
And it's what I was hopping in and out because I was watching something else on YouTube, listening to something else on YouTube. And this other creator, not that I care for him particularly at all, by no means, but he was reading and showing some text messages that were exchanged between him and Candace.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is mortifying. If it's truly true, and those,
okay, well, don't mention the person, but just explain. Just explain what was in the text message.
I'm not. But if that is truly 100% honest,
just tell me what did it say?
She was coming on to this man, but your child is missing. Who the hell does that? You are basically throwing yourself at this man via text message. And from what I read and what I heard with my own 2 ears, nothing that he replied back and forth with this woman was out of context. Okay. By no means.
So I'm confused at what you're saying.
Okay, well, there was a text message that was exchanged between her and another creator.
Okay, what is she saying?
Calling him honey, baby. We'll talk about it later. Only in person. Just her little pet names, right? That she was referring to this other person as. Number one, you're married. Number two, you have a child that's missing.
So what are you trying to say? She likes the man?
Well, of course she likes the man.
What is his response to her pet?
It was nothing as that would even, she should have engaged in that. It was just, no.
Okay, so let's go here. Why did he release it? Is he the person that released the text messages?
Yes.
And why would he do that?
I'm thinking.
Just think about it.
I'm thinking are you just wanting to cause more mess? Probably. B, are you trying to show that what she was really after?
And what is it she was after?
I don't think she was after him for his supposed help, because by no means was he ever helping her. He has nothing to help her with. But was she trying to engage in a relationship with this other person? That's what I took from the way she was speaking to him. She was hoping something was going to transpire.
Well, is it who I think it is? I thought they fell out if it's who I think it is. Okay, so that makes sense. When did you see this information?
Last night, and I was rewatching it because I needed to rehear it again. It to me, it's how do you have,
let me address the people in the chat that's making commentary. He can't show me anything about her. Nobody can show me anything about Candace that I haven't seen with my own eyes. And if this who I think it is, and that person's been dealing with her, what they're saying to me right now doesn't mean a damn thing, because that person was riding on her coattails, she and Don, for the past couple of months, exploiting their child's disappearance and the other children and anything pertaining to them. So if it's who I think it is, don't mention her name in my chat. Thank you. It doesn't mean anything to me what they're doing with her after the fact.
No, it means nothing. It's
because
all,
she hasn't been showing that person attention. She's been showing other men attention, so I believe this person got jealous for some sick reason.
Right.
And they're doing this now to try to hurt she and Don, which I find very sickening, even though these people are sick and possibly killed their kid. But still, you were riding with these people. You were in cahoots with them. So what can this person show me in good favor of himself at this point? Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. But the only thing he is showing me, I don't find anything credible, period, whatsoever. But if this woman is truly, which I'm sure she is, because we all see, her behavior all over the internet. You really, we already knew you didn't care, but now you really don't care.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at. We already knew you didn't give a shit, period. Not about none of your kids. All your kids have been taken away and one's possibly murdered.
Yeah.
But you were trying to engage in a romantic or sexual relationship with this other party that was riding your coattail to, in hopes that he was going to get, juicy information. But now has decided to exploit it because
I don't believe that. I don't ever believe that he was trying to be a mole. I think he did in this case just what was done in the other case out west. Out in that region.
Yes.
So yes. I don't think it was a matter of him being a mole. I think he went in, found somebody to exploit, and when things wasn't going his way, he turned on them. That's what I think.
No, you're right. You're right. My commentary about him is really not about him, because I could care less about him. I think he's done a lot of damage, and he has done a lot of unnecessary mayhem with people's channels and all that nonsense. My thing is her. You were trying to engage in this all while your daughter is murdered, more than likely by you.
Mm-hmm.
She's a sick puppy. We already knew she was sick, but she's real sick.
Well, and that's the point that some of us who are sane have been trying to make to these idiots out here. You're dancing with the devil. You're literally dancing with the devil, plural. These people are ill. They've all led very, free-spirited lifestyles to where they don't stand account for anything. They don't care about anybody because, self is first. If you don't care about yourself, you can't care about a child. You can't care about a dog, a cat, the neighbor. It's all the same. You have to care about yourself first in order to care about somebody else. So they've lived a free lifestyle, all of them. The mother, Candace, Don, they're just free. They're whatever you want to call them, hippies, whatever. I don't care. The point is, their behavior now is as it was the 15th, as it was before the 15th. And that's what a lot of people don't seem to understand. These people are who they are.
They've never changed. It's been the same. There's been no emotion, no care, nothing. They are stoic. Their demeanor is stoic. They're not well. They're not well human beings.
So why would a sane person want to involve themselves with people who have possibly harmed their child? You see that they don't show any emotion.
They're just as sick.
And yet that's my point. And that's my point. You're just as off center yourself. Because that means you see something in them that you see in yourself. Because you can't say, well, I'm a Christian, I'm this, I like helping people. And yeah, it's nothing wrong with helping people. But sometimes you have to assess the situation before diving in. Kind of like jumping in a swimming pool. You just don't go jump in there and don't even check to see if there's water in there. Because it's going to be kind of late once you crash to the bottom of the swimming pool. You won't even be able to assess that you just bust your head open. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
Because it's too late.
All of this is too late. There's no going back now. There's nothing that that family can do to change it. You can't change your behavior. Your original behavior from the jump, day one, let us know everything that we needed to know.
And that's how I feel about this. And that's how I feel about this case.
Love you. I'll be there shortly. Sorry.
Well, that's okay. That's how I feel about it. I didn't need all this extra. I didn't need lives. I didn't need every friend, foe coming out, 6 months in, 7 months in. I didn't need none of that because I watched the parents, and that's all I needed. And I felt like when law enforcement decided that he or she wanted to tell me something about these people, then they would. Naturally, they didn't. Because that's possibly why we didn't hear a lot from the police, because those two had stopped cooperating. And then they decided not to go back to the news to talk. They decided to go to social media instead, which that should have been everyone's sign that something wasn't right with them and the Summer Wells case and their child and children. Why would you go to YouTubers instead of the news? The news is more accessible. The news is right up the street. So why wouldn't you go to the news or let them call you or come see you, interview you? You could do a phone conversation if you didn't want to drive over there. Or you were ashamed to have them come to your house.
Any parent, this even goes back to Cal City. When you don't make a plea for your child or children or husband or wife, there's something wrong. Because if your child is truly abducted or walked away, wandered off, things happen, you're going to beg and plead with the public for their help. Neither one of those families did anything. They were basically cornered in order to basically forced to show face in front of the camera. If they weren't, none of that shit would have ever been done. Not one interview. Look at the West. They did one interview, nothing else for 14 months.
Prime example.
These idiots,
very prime example.
They sat down twice? It's disgusting. It leaves me honestly speechless. Because I don't know who would want that trash ass woman up on their channel talking about, whatever it is she does on a daily basis, dogs running out in and out of her doors, enjoying the
let me tell you what it's like. It's really as if Summer is just walking around, wandering around, and they just said, well, we let her out to play, like she's a cat or dog or something. She'll be back. Yep. See what I'm saying? That's how they act. They act like she's just out there wandering around and she'll find her way back like a lost puppy. But in the meanwhile, hey, let me tell you what I like to do. I like, R&R whiskey and Mountain Dew. That's how she acts. That's how Don's act. That's how they act.
Something's wrong.
In the meanwhile, go ahead.
If people don't see it, obviously they don't see it because they keep engaging in it. But this shit's sick.
Yeah, it's very sick.
This is just.
It takes.
I can't even wrap.
The more
I think about it,
to a whole new level.
My head around it.
It takes you to a whole new level because you can't put any reason behind someone behaving like this and people engaging with them. Like I said, you're not talking about going to the family and you're a professional. You're in a professional setting such as CNN News, the local news, and you want to go to these people and talk to them about their life, the child, the recent events of arrest, blah, blah, blah. You're talking about random strangers playing around on lives for 4 or 5 damn hours, talking about eating cookies and cake, and I like to make marshmallows, and what the hell are you talking about? That's why these people don't take it serious, because the content, it goes from one extreme to the other, and it's as if you don't even recognize that there's a whole body missing, possibly dead, and you're sitting here playing Duck Duck Goose with the mom and daddy on a damn live. How is that professional? You would never see Nancy Grace sitting here talking about potluck dinners and how what number to put the damn cookies on in the oven, talking to somebody that possibly killed a kid.
Yeah, that there is.
It's a joke.
It is a joke. It's been a joke. Traveling down there, knocking on doors with bullhorns in the middle of the road, walking around with a paper with, her name on it or face on it. What is that going to do? Nothing. All that did was get that person views. It did nothing for the case.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
Well, let's talk about the lawyers. They said the lawyers were appointed because of the children were taken. For instances bleeding over into the investigation. What do you think the instances are? And do you think they also have private attorneys for themselves?
Well, I thought about what you said to me last night about, them denying that they have attorneys.
Yes.
And
why would they do that?
I think you're spot on when you said to me, they stopped cooperating. That's what they have the attorney for. But what really stuck out to me is when you told me, well, they're not going to make face, right? The attorneys aren't going to come forward until they're charged or until, they're arrested.
Uh-huh.
I hadn't really thought about that. Me is like, oh, no way they didn't. An attorney's just going to come forward and say my client's not talking. But what, they can't do that. Yeah. Why would they do that? There's no charges.
Right.
So that makes.
So that's what the issue is right now with the lawyer situation. All the lawyers are speaking of just the lawyers that were appointed in court for the children, because that's the state law. You get lawyers appointed to represent.
I don't think so.
Court.
I don't think so, because why would he discuss that or bring that up in regards to the missing person part?
It says it. That's why I listened to it about 4 or 5 times to make sure I was understanding what he was saying. He says it. They had appointed lawyers because of the instances of the children. So I'm trying to figure out, is he talking about the appointed lawyers, or they got their own private lawyers, or both?
Well, if the way you just said it to me right now, I take that as they have appointed attorneys in regards to the kids.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's why I played the audio.
Me. I'm telling you, I think that's what he meant then.
And then I hold on a minute, I'm gonna pull it back up, because you have to really listen hard at the audio and read the article. That's why I like reading the articles, because I get more information from the articles.
I sit and I think to myself, how could they afford?
Yes, that's another one. That's the question I had on my paper and I forgot to ask. How can you afford a lawyer? So that's why I said, is he just talking about the appointed ones for the children? You got to pay for them, those appointed.
A good criminal attorney is about $5,000 to $10,000 retainer.
See, right here it says, February, Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson told News 11 that Wells' family had lawyers and was not cooperating. The lead investigator for Summer Wells' case explained the fact father to jail, unrelated charges have been factors in the investigation. Let's see. The family has attorneys involved, and that is not a direct line of communication, said Detective John Pruitt with the Hawkins County Sheriff's. Okay, let's see. Just skim over everything. He basically says,
I don't think they could afford a criminal lawyer.
That tone is quite the change from what was last year when Summer was first reported missing in June. It was pretty good. He recalled we would show up about every day, make sure they were okay, had a decent line of communication with them. About a month later, July 2021, Child Protective Services removed Summer's 3 older brothers from their home and appointed attorneys to the case. They have been appointed for other instances, but it bleeds over to this investigation. Hold on one second. Go ahead and talk. I got to talk about it.
I think that's about the children. I think that they have appointed attorneys in regards to, the removal of the boys. I personally don't believe that they can afford to pay a fat retainer fee for a good lawyer, because a good criminal lawyer is going to cost quite a bit just for a retainer. And then when that retainer, drops below a certain amount of money, you got to replenish it. They don't have a pot to piss in. Look at their house. If they probably don't have a pot to piss in, those poor kids were eating frozen pizza, they say, every day. They make me utterly ill. She makes me ill. That woman is disgusting. And I don't know. I don't understand why anybody would want to have that twit up on their panel. She's a disgrace. Her and her husband. What I wouldn't do to hear what those poor boys have went through their whole life. So, Sportin', do you think that they have money? And do you think that they choose to live that way? And do you think that children should be allowed to reside in a residence under those conditions? Exactly, Beverly. A good attorney is a pretty penny. Let it be 1:15. So you think a criminal lawyer is going to attempt to fight a possible murder charge pro bono? And if they were not convicted, how, what's he going to gain from it? Publicity? I don't think no attorney's going to fight that murder charge pro bono. A case like that is going to be way too time consuming.
Okay, okay, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
All right. Thank you all for waiting. Thank you. People only call you when you're doing a live. Okay, what were you saying, sweetheart?
Oh, no, I was just talking to
the chat.
Just reading through the chat.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Sporting seems to think that they might have money and they choose to live that way. I beg
But
to differ.
but let's talk about that for a second. There are many people who have money either in the bank or hidden in security box at the bank and or their house, and they choose not to buy basic necessities. They could be actually needing to refurbish their home, need a washing machine, dryer, basic things, furniture, bed linen, and they won't go buy it. But you'll see them out in the street buying other things such as R&R whiskey, video games, iPhones, flat screens. I've seen people live like that. They take their money and they do what they want with it. My daddy always taught me that. People do what they want when they want. Such as if they want to be bothered with you, they'll call you. If they don't, then they don't. They want to go buy a brand new car and only have one chair in the living room, that's what they'll do.
There's one thing in having money, right, and choosing to spend it on, whiskey or whatever have you. But you can at least have a clean house. You don't have to have a pristine home and a tiff green lawn and drive, $100,000 cars.
But their property, but it's exemplary that they don't care about themselves because one, I wouldn't have had all that stuff on the property. One, I'm not getting her stocked
don't
out
even
my
wear
yard.
a bra. She don't even have freaking teeth.
But I'm serious. I would never stockpile my yard. I don't care if I had 11 acres, 10 acres. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to pile all that stuff up on my property. Thank you, Frankie. I would never, ever pile that stuff up on my property. Two, I'm not getting ready to live in a house where I don't even have stairs to go into the property. My rooms are open. My children have no privacy. How embarrassing is that to walk straight into a door and have a view of a open bedroom / kitchen area for my children?
So that goes to tell me if you and your partner are going to have an intimate evening or day or whatever, there's a possibility that your young children can walk in on that? No.
That's what I'm saying. There's no respect and regard
it's disgusting
for anybody. That's why I said, if I don't care about myself, I can't care for my children. I can't care for you as a friend, a neighbor. I have to have something in me to care. And you are number one. When you go outside your door, when you go outside that door, you should be clean. Your hair should be combed. You should have had a bath, a shower. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if you're the type that you go out every day, you don't brush your teeth, you don't comb your hair, you don't wear brassieres, you don't wear panties or drawers, that's your choice. You smell, you stink, you won't bathe, that's your choice. But know that somebody's going to notice that and say, damn, I kind of smell him or her. Damn, they don't never comb their hair when I see them. That's the image you portray, and that's the image you want to give to the public. Now, I got kids. I'm taking them out, and they're looking like little munchkins too, which is sad. So people are going to start talking about my kids. Oh, man, that little boy comes to school every day. He don't never have his hair combed. He wears the same clothes. He smells. But obviously, that's what you want people to say about you. Because if you did, you would change it.
I always have said, I've always told my husband, My children are a representation
Exactly,
of myself
exactly.
when they leave
And
this
vice
house.
versa, and vice versa, and vice versa.
You know, my 13-year-old, every day I ask him when he comes downstairs, your teeth brushed, your teeth floss, deodorant, cologne, and is your hair combed? Let me see. Lift up your hat.
Well, see, imagine this. You have also the person who will doll him or herself up, because we've seen a lot of women do this. The woman is dressed to the nines, or she's got on designer clothes, designer handbags, she's got her nails done, but then she's got a child or children with her, and they're walking around looking like, fucking buckwheat. They ain't got their hair combed.
Yeah.
And I've seen it with a lot of Black children. I've also seen it with a lot of biracial children, because that's a pet peeve of mine. If you're not going to ask somebody how to comb the hair, style the hair, you don't need no kids. And you don't need to have children in relationships where the hair is going to come out a certain way, because we know that different races have different types of hair. Okay? So when you mix the races, there's going to be a mix of hair. Hair can come out any kind of way, straight, curly, wavy. So you walk around, let your child walk around with their hair matted all down because you don't know how to style a mixed race child hair. Well, ask somebody. Hey, I'm a white person. I don't know how to comb my baby's hair. I don't know how to style his or her hair. Then go to somebody who is a professional, and he or she can guide you on how to take care of the child. But don't just be walking around letting your children look a hot ass mess because, I don't know what to do with them. I don't know what to do with her hair.
Videos.
It pisses me off.
You need to know.
That's a pet peeve of mine. I don't like seeing children walking around looking mangy. I don't give a damn if they're biracial, Black, white, Mexican. Comb your baby's hair. Put some clothes on your kid. Wash your kid. Clean their nose. Clean their ears. My mother was very meticulous with her children. She cleaned our ears. She made sure we bathed.
Every day.
She made sure we had clean clothes. We had separate underwear, socks. We had an assortment of underwear, socks, clothes, shoes. I didn't hurt for nothing as a child under my mother. Let me make that clear. So that's all I know. I don't know anything but that. I don't know anything about walking around and not washing my tail. I don't know anything about not keeping clean clothes, clean underwear, a spare. I got that from my father. When I was a young woman, he told me a woman should always have a spare. Everything. He said there's no such thing as one toothbrush, one drying towel, one washcloth, one set of sheets. He says a lady should have 4 or 5 frying pans, separate dishware, utensils, drinking cups, glasses. He says because you don't ever know when somebody's going to come to your home and they need something to drink. You should not be in the sink washing out a damn cup to give somebody something to drink. I learned that from my father. He was a man.
It should be like that. I was raised to where your house should always be clean, because why? You never know who's going to pop up. Ears were a major thing to me. One of the chatters just said that. I clean my kids' ears 2 times a day. My 6-year-old is old enough to clean his own. I make sure I clean the 13-year-old. My college-age kids, they're the same way. Ears are a thing. Ooh, I look in people's ears and I'm like, damn, I would hate to see what your socks look like.
I had a doctor tell me that once. He said, of all my patients, you're the only one that's ever come to me with clean ears. Never just doing a random checkup. He says, I always get patients with buildup of wax, this and that. You're the first patient ever that I've ever had just doing a general checkup. Your ears were clean. I had another doctor say, your skin is so smooth. I mean, he wasn't fair or nothing, but he was just saying in general, he's acne a lot on, some people's backs. And he was saying, you're the first, another one. You've got clear skin, your back, you don't have, what they would call caffeine bumps from drinking a lot of soda pops. But that's the thing. Yeah. Everybody's different. Different things affect different people. But I believe in hygiene, such as right now. If I have a doctor's appointment, I'm not going to that doctor's appointment without taking a bath. It doesn't matter if I'm going to get an early check or not. They may not be checking anything personal below the waist. It doesn't matter. I'm still going to wash my tail, because I'm going into a public place and I'm going to be alone with a doctor and a nurse. I'm not going to go in there and ain't took a bath, ain't brushed my teeth, didn't comb my hair, didn't clean my ears. I don't rock like that. And you should treat your children the same. If you want to walk around like a bum, you should. But your child should be immaculate. Your child should be immaculate. And that's what hurts me, seeing these children not afforded the basic necessities and amenities that they should have. Your children should have doors to their rooms, linen on the bed, fluffy pillows, clean sheets, clean comforters. You're at home all day, you don't work. You can have dirty clothes laying around. Now, we know you're going to get a lot of clothes only because you've got 6 people in a house. But you're at home all day. So what you should be saying to yourself, hey, Don, I need 2 washing machines, 2 dryers. Hello? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They should have had 2 washing machines and 2 dryers, stackable. One upstairs, one downstairs.
I have a set in my bedroom and a set downstairs. I live in a tri-level home. And when my kids were little, there was 6 of us. Now the 2 are off at college, and now there's 4 of us. And I still access both of those machines because there's laundry non-stop. If you can afford a Subaru, you can afford laundry detergent. Period.
Well, they just didn't care about themselves. That's all. They didn't care about themselves. They've never cared about themselves. That's the reason why they've had all these troubles they've had in their past with law enforcement, DHS, and then these 2 mesh, and they took their own demons alongside them, got in cahoots with each other, and boom, here you go. More problems that you just had in previous relationships. Don't you find that interesting that these 2 never knew each other at some point in life, and they meet up with all this drama that they've had in their own personal lives, and then they get together and do exactly the same thing of what they just did with somebody else.
What's even crazier is that they both lost custody of previous children. What the hell's wrong with you? You've lost all your children between the 2 of you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. All their problems, they already had these kind of problems before they even met each other. Don't you find that interesting? Each had the same type of problems before they even crossed paths in the universe. And then they got together, the stars aligned, as they say. And these people became evenly yoked to commit the same type of atrocious crimes, troubles that they had in previous relationships with different people.
Well, like Bambi said, they didn't want their children. Well, guess what? They could have taken their happy little tail, Candace could have, down to the Planned Parenthood or wherever it is, your free county public, Department of Health.
Yes, you're right about the water and the horse. You're right.
Get free
Can't
birth
make the horse drink the water. Yes, likes attract. That's what I'm trying to say. That's the point I'm making. These people are already troubled people before they even met each other. They already had the same type of problems that they're going through now. They've already been through that. So don't you think a logical person would say, you know what? I want to change my life. I want a different life. I want to meet a different type of human being. Why didn't either party go out and meet a different type of person? You met somebody just like yourself. That's obvious. And it's sickening.
Well,
the have to pray that the boys are in good care.
Sad that these kids.
They're still young. They're still young. I have hope that they will be in good care of somebody that will love them and teach them how to talk, act, manners, all of that. We have to have faith that they will meet and be in the care of good people. Because I don't want to give up hope that the boys are going to be in a destitute situation. I mean, we know the logistics of foster care, but that's the whole point of life. Foster care is no different than them being at their own house. That's the reason why the children are in foster care and other children are in foster care, because shit wasn't right where they were. And you don't have no guarantee just because somebody said, well, I'll take the kid in, they're going to treat the child right. That's why I always tell people, really, when you judge the foster care parents, it's like it's double jeopardy. How are you going to judge them they had parents. So what was wrong with the parents they had? So you're hoping that when they get to the second, third place, it'll be better. But there's no guarantee because they are human beings. And if their own parents were flawed, why are you sitting here thinking these people wouldn't be flawed? You're just assuming, well, they're taking them in. They must be nice. They got to be nice. They had to pass the background check and the financial check and the home check. We've seen that already now with Cal City. That doesn't mean anything because you don't know people. People are flawed. Yes, I hope the children break the cycle as well. I pray the same. Because I don't want to think negative about the boys. I don't want to think anything negative about them because they're already in a dire situation. Hit the link if you want to join us. Give your opinion pertaining to what Mr. Pruitt has to say about them not cooperating, lawyering up, how the case stands at the moment. It looks no different than it did June 15, 2021, which I think is very sad. It's a very sad statement to make. But if that's his truth pertaining to the case, what can I do about it? Nothing. There's nothing you can do about it. You just have to hope that they're adamant in finding the child and bringing justice to the child. And also her brothers, because as I said, her brothers are an extension of her, and she is an extension of her brothers. And they all carried the same parents. It's just a very depressing story. The things we've seen and heard about the bio donors, they are not in a good light and by no means decent humans. And you know, my thing is they could change if they want to change. They don't have to be these people. I think we all know this. If they wanted to be half-ass right folks, you know, live right, do right, it is up to them to make that choice. But they have chosen not to. So yes, they are judged because they're making decisions that they don't have to make. And my thing is, if you don't want people talking about you, then don't do stuff publicly for people to talk about you. That goes for random people, famous people. The game is the same. You don't want people gossiping about you, stay out of the way. Keep your name out the street because people are going to talk about you anyway. People that know you. So why would you want to give random strangers a reason to talk about you? See, that's why you know these two don't give a you know what about nothing. You didn't care about these people going to your house, showing how you live on the property inside your house. Your friends coming out telling your dirty business, what you were doing, picking up strangers, drinking, getting high, all type of crazy stuff with your husband. They told that. And yet people still befriended them, betrayed them, come out telling more stuff about the Wells. Because it's the path you chose. Because had you been living a half-decent life, these people wouldn't have these stories to tell unless they were just blatantly lying on you. Yeah, well, see, Bambi, that's the whole point of this live. I'm trying to figure out when did they stop cooperating. The way the reporter's talking and his answers, I don't know which sequence is first or last, it appears to be that this maybe stopped last summer when the lawyers were appointed for the children. And I don't know if Candace had been schooled not to talk to people when those lawyers were hired for the children, for the court, for the family court. But that's the gist of this story is, let's say those are the only lawyers they had. They still jumped on social media talking, laughing, giggling on people's lives, video chatting, being recorded. So that shows me they never cared for the children. They didn't care for their own livelihood. Because a lawyer would tell you, don't talk to people, don't answer questions from strangers. You know, talk to law officials. But don't be out here talking to random people about anything pertaining to your kids that could be used against you. That's common sense. Yes, I've heard about people mentioning about the law. I don't know anything about it because I haven't Google searched anything pertaining to the law of abuse of a child under the age of 8. Well, this is why I tell you all to think about the stuff you're saying. When you bring up this issue about the Tennessee law, ask yourself one question. If that is true, and the parents were abusing their kids, why weren't they arrested? See, this is why I tell you all that it's easy to assume stuff because you heard about a law. You heard about allegedly a CPS involvement with the Wells. But I think it's common sense, the way things have played out. Either somebody is not doing their job or there's no truth to the allegations. Because if they were abusing a child under the age of 8, they would have been arrested right after they reported the child missing. The fact that Candace gave a child alcohol and that eventually got out, why didn't she get arrested for that? See, that's why I'm telling you there's something off with the allegations of CPS involvement with the Wells before the 15th, Candace giving a 15-year-old alcohol, this issue of under 8 parents going to jail for abuse of a child. Well, then why are they not in jail? Why didn't they go to jail immediately after the child was reported missing? See, this is why I tell you all, you can't go off of stuff that you're hearing. You have to have a receipt. Because the fact that these people were free up until recently should tell you something. Either the state didn't want to bring forth the charge of aiding a minor with alcohol, drugs, smoking products, to arrest the parents for allegedly abusing the children. And remember, the children were in their care 6 weeks after the child went missing. That tells you a lot about CPS's visits, dealings with the Wells beforehand. Perhaps it was not true, or they did not follow through, because something's off with that story as well. Why would I leave kids in the care of some people that, one, abusing their kids, one's missing, and I already got a case file on them that's open? You wouldn't leave the boys there. That's why I said, you don't have a receipt, you can't say what's truth or not. Just people talking and chit-chatting. That's not enough for me. I need a receipt. Because these people being free shows me something's off. Either somebody wasn't investigating them or didn't follow through. It's something. Or there was nothing. There's absolutely nothing on them. Well, the state didn't want to prosecute. Because I've often wondered that. Why were the children still in their care 6 weeks after the fact? Why would the children still be in their care? Hello, Evil Exists. Hi, how are you? Thank you. And thank you for your commentary. Everybody, welcome Evil Exists. Thank you so much. And have a history of losing their older children. Yes. And this is what I've been saying about the universe. What are the odds that these people had issues with other partners before they met one another? Then Candace and Don meet each other. And they commit the same atrocious crimes, behavior with their new mate. And now, fast forward 13, 14 years later, they have none of their children. You have to admit, that is a strange irony and coincidence. But as they say, 6 degrees of separation. People living on the opposite side of the universe meet up some type of way, have met the same people. They could be from a foreign country, they could be American, and they could talk and meet up, and somehow they know similar people. What are the odds? What are the odds of two people starting a relationship? Both have been abused, battered, been abusers, drunkards, drug users, also had dealings with CPS and children being removed, allegations of abuse. Essay, what are the odds? You have to ask yourself those questions because it's creepy as hell that this older man meets this younger chick, hooks up with her, beds her, makes children with her, and they repeat the same atrocious behavior with one another that they just left with another human being. But yet these two never knew each other. It's sickening, quite frankly. Hit the link if you want to give your opinion. Evil exists. You're welcome to hit the link to give your opinion on this network if you like. But that's what my video is about today. It's a two-part video. It's Mr. Pruitt's commentary pertaining to the Wells having an attorneys. How long has it been since they stopped complying with law enforcement? When was the last time they talked to law enforcement? Do they have separate attorneys just for themselves, not the ones appointed for the children? Was Donald Wells the liaison to law enforcement for this case, not Candace? And who posted that Summer Wells poster up there on the mount? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Evil Exists. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us. Who posted that? Is that Candace's doing or a separate entity? And if it's a busybody, why did you do that? Why would you go up there and put that poster up there? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support. I appreciate that. If you want to hit the link to give your opinion pertaining to the poster. Who put the poster there? Because if Candace didn't do that, why would somebody go up there on private property, put that post up there? What are you gaining by putting the post where many people can't see it? Or are you trying to spite the Wells by putting the poster up there? I'd like a confirmation of who put it there. Was it Candace or outsider? When the person panned to the tree, you see part of the posted keep out sign was torn off. Did somebody deliberately go up there and tear that off that tree? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Or did Candace do it? Somebody affiliated with her. I don't know. I'm just asking questions. It's crazy, crazy people. Yes, I'm grateful for the support. Very grateful. Thank you so much. 251 viewing. Hit the link. I've been on an hour and 32 minutes. I still got a little time to go. If you want to give your opinion pertaining to the lead investigator giving his commentary. It's a 3-part video airing off of WJHL. It's in the YouTube queue. Posted also to my community board. And this poster, I'm curious about this Summer Wells poster. What is the significance? It's I'm kind of raspy right now, but thank you. I think I'm having some thyroid issues coming back. As I told you all, I had an x-ray done, and there are 2 small nodules that are lightly enlarged, visible rather, suspicious. Let's say suspicious. So I believe my thyroid problem has come back. I have had a nodule removed back in 2017, so it is changing my voice, and I'm praying to get the problem resolved. I have another month to wait before going back to get another ultrasound. Well, darling, perhaps Candace was playing when Don was around. Stay woke. Perhaps she was always playing around. And perhaps Don knew. Perhaps Don was playing around. I think these two like drama. They like chaos because that's all they know. They came from chaotic upbringings. They went into the world ranting and raving. And they didn't care for self. And sadly, they procreated. And we have to pray for their children because their children are products of them, whether we like it or not. And we have to pray that Don's older children will not act and behave as him. We have to pray for Candace's other children. We also have to pray for these remaining boys and pray for Summer Wells. I do not believe she's alive, but nonetheless, as I tell you, I never forget the boys because they're an extension of Summer, and she is an extension of them. To me, they are all hand in hand. Thank you, Small Fries. I'm praying too, baby. Oh, the authority, femininity, sweet molasses. Thank you, Doc. I can get a little crunk, as some of you know how I get, but I'm passionate about what I talk about. It doesn't matter what the subject is. I'm a right fighter. I'm very headstrong, and I don't play mind games when it comes to missing children, missing people, abused children. Some people are doing this for fun, for amusement. For some of you all, I don't rock like that because I'm a human being first. I'm a human being before I'm a YouTuber. See, that's the difference between the queen. I'm a human before I'm a YouTuber. And these people we're talking about, they are also human beings. And then we're also talking about children. So it wouldn't be right for me to be talking about a child and not be serious in talking about the child and what she allegedly went through living at that address with her bio donors. Thank you, Mary. I try. What are you shattered about, TT, about the interview with Mr. Pruitt? Hit the link if you want to give your opinion, sweetheart. Two people felt like Mr. Pruitt didn't seem serious. I didn't take it that way. As I said, everything's about perception. My perception of Mr. Pruitt is that he is just straightforward. He laid out what it is, and that's that. I didn't take it that he was mean-spirited or he was nonchalant. I've seen nonchalant, and that interview did not come across to me as someone being nonchalant. I've seen people talk who don't care, and that would be Don and Candace. If you just want to make comparisons, those two don't care. That's nonchalant, heartless, don't give a damn. I didn't see that with Mr. Pruitt. You see Crime in here? Hello, Crime. Hit the link, sweetie. Join us. Queen is on early today. I can't keep doing the late lives because my body's got to get in a routine, especially with dealing with a thyroid issue. I can't be staying up late and doing all those late lives. They're not good for my voice. Even now, that's why I like you all to hit the link so I can do less talking. give my tongue and my throat a break. Welcome to YouTubers in the chat. Evil Exists and Crime Mystery Monsters. Thank you for joining me. If you'd like to donate to the channel, $ Big Angie 129 Cash App. All super chats are welcome during this live. If any of you have any commentary pertaining to Mr. Pruitt's information to WJHL, please hit the link. Comment on my community posts pertaining to what he has said to the news reporter and to the general public. Do you feel like this investigation will get an ending soon? Or some of you are not adamant about Hawkins County. You're not adamant that the case will be solved. Some of you think the case will be cold. Perhaps I should take a poll. Do you think the case will go cold? I don't want to think that. That's why I don't even like saying it. Now somebody else in the chat is saying they think you took him that way. Well, Kathy, why? Why you feel that way? I think you all are upset because he didn't give you information that you want to hear. But that's the part of an investigation. I can't tell you everything because I can't let the people know who I think did something to Summer know I'm on to them. Did that ever occur to any of you? You want him to say, yeah, we got a suspect. suspects. We know what happened to Summer Wells. We have a general idea of where Summer Wells is. You want them to tell that to the public without an indictment. Thank you, Kathy. That's why I tell you all to always think about what you're saying. In order for an indictment to stick, the 12 members of the grand jury have to believe what the district attorney is telling them. So if I sit there in that jury box, I got to believe that what you're showing me is a reason for me to cast down a yay vote to indict a person or persons. So it would not be conducive to go into the grand jury box with just contradictory information and circumstantial information. I need evidence, DNA, video surveillance, data surveillance, telephone pings, a body perhaps. Not always, but it'd be nice. I got to have that so you can say yay. I can't just go and say, they stay on YouTube all the time, so they're guilty. Doesn't work like that. You have to have something concrete before going before the grand jury box if you want all 12 to say yay. It's not going to be enough. They look bad. They sound bad. They're drunks. They get high. They like to go live. They pick up strangers, hook up with strangers. You know, whatever dirty sin you want to bring forward, that's not enough. It's got to be something concrete to make 12 people say, yes, we will sign off on the indictment. And possibly that is what FBI, TBI, and Hawkins County Sheriff's Office is working on. Yes, Dolly. He let us know what he wanted. Exactly. That's it. Because we've seen that in many cases where they didn't tell us everything. People became hopeless. And then, boom, came an indictment or an arrest. Such as with the DC sniper. I always bring up that story to show you law enforcement was not truthful with the public. They did know who the killer was, killers, but they did not inform the public because it's common sense. I'm not getting ready to go tell you who this person is, and they're out here hiding behind trunks of cars, shooting random people. They knew who they were looking for at some point in the investigation, but they did not tell you the names of the DC snipers. They gave you a description of a vehicle and told you, hey, if you see that person truck, just holler at us. Let us know. They didn't tell you what they looked like. They didn't tell you it was two black men they were looking for. Okay, somebody says they think it's going cold. I think she would have been found if she was nearby. I think the parents would have been arrested by now. Okay. Hello, Vicky from Virginia. Thank you for joining me. Bambi says he did sound a little defeated. Tell me why. Why don't you all hit the link? Hopefully they are holding everything in because they say they know nothing more. Exactly. Because that will be depressing if they don't know more. So let's go there. What if indeed they don't know more? Things have come back, as he said, data, digital data, GPS. Did Candace and Don Candace construct the ultimate crime against Summer Wells? Did they hoodwink and bamboozle law officials, or law officials know more but want us to think they have nothing? Hit the link. Have we been bamboozled? Or this is a ruse by L.E.? I don't see you up here, crime. I don't see you back here, baby. Go back out and come back up, sweetie. Nubian says the law knows more. So that's the question. Did these two exact the perfect crime with no evidence left behind? Digital data, evidentiary, DNA, nothing. No body, no evidence, no nothing. Nothing in the car, nothing in the house. No phone, no pings, no nothing. Took the child wherever for whatever reason, got rid of her, and left no digital footprint. Are we talking about two mastermind hillbillies? I said that. Babby says premeditated. I agree. Okay. One moment, honey. Oh, I think I might put the wrong one. Hold on. There's so much paper. Golly. Oh, yeah. That was the wrong one. I had 2 sheets of paper and I had balled them up. That's the one from yesterday. I had to check my notes again. Let's see. Sorry about that. Ain't that strange? Shut your mouth. Once again, was Don the go-to person for L.E., not Candace? When did they stop complying with L.E.? Last summer, when the attorneys were hired for the instances that are bleeding over into the investigation by the state removing the boys? Do they have more than one attorney? Attorneys for the children and also private attorneys for themselves. Is this a sign of guilt that they're not complying with L.E.? When did these two stop complying with law enforcement? Recently, or was it last summer? Or in between? Is this a sign of guilt, not talking to the law? He also lets you know that Don can contact him anytime he wants while in jail. Will Donna Wells talk to law enforcement? Will Candace talk to law enforcement? Has law enforcement been reaching out to them recently with information? They refuse to talk to Hawkins County Sheriff's Department. Why not? Why not, Candace? Candace, Don, why not? You lied to us and told us you didn't have a lawyer. Your mother went on the news to say she didn't know anything about what you're talking about. Maybe Don hired an attorney. But the top of this article, it starts out saying they have family attorneys. So now you want us to believe the 2 law officials from Hawkins County are lying. What's the truth? I wonder if Candace has ever called to check the status. I don't think so. Crime mystery, I don't see you nowhere up here, darling. I don't see you anywhere. This is strange. Let me. You might need to get on your phone and hit it instead of the computer. I think people have problems when they hit the computer. HAT. Oh, there you go. Okay. I was getting ready to say now. I know I put that in there right. Hello. Unmute your mic, dear. Crime. Thank you all for joining me today. Approaching almost 2 hours into this live, if you're wondering where I am right now. We've brought you said information pertaining to WJ Jail. I brought you the third installment of an interview with Mr. Pruitt, the lead investigator for the Summer Wells case. I'm also discussing the poster posted to the Wells property. Who put it there? Why would they put it there if it was not by Candace or any Candace Wells entities? Crime? Okay, it says your mic isn't connected. Good Lord. I don't know what's going on. Heartless is about right. You got that right. Hello? Should I say anything? It's strange. Crime, you might have to come up on your phone, sweetheart. Yes, but they haven't been charged with a crime to get a public defender. These lawyers were appointed by the court for the children's case, not a personal case. Hello? I don't know what's going on. You're going to have to connect your microphone, dear. That's what it keeps saying. Crime, it says your mic was not connected. I don't go on lives with these computers. I usually go on a live. If I was going someone's live, I go on with my phone. Usually it works a little bit better than getting on with the computer for some weird reason. I don't know why. Hit the link if you have an opinion pertaining to this case. What Mr. Pruitt has to say, basically. I want to kind of stick to the subject matter of what Mr. Pruitt has revealed. Hello?
Hello, lady.
Hey, how are you?
My God, I tried my phone 3 times, my computer
Hit the
once.
link if you have an opinion pertaining to this case. Oh, you got something playing in the background. Has to say, basically. I want to kind of stick to the subject matter of what Mr. Pruitt has revealed. Oh, Lord. Crime?
Yes.
You got something playing in the background, ma'am?
I don't think so now.
Yeah, okay, I heard something. I heard myself what I had just repeated. What do you have to say about Mr. Pruitt, his disposition? I got people crying in the chat about he seemed mean, non-caring. Break it down. I got to get it together.
I did not find it that way.
Okay.
What I saw was a detective that does have his heart in this case.
Okay.
Because he said he would not give up. He's not going to give up. He's not going to let it go. He's not going to let it go cold. Yeah. Also, what I saw, and maybe what was missed by some, was when he said the first thing he does is he listens to the tips that come in and his messages, and then he goes on to his other caseload.
Exactly. He said that.
See, what's the problem here is Hawkins County does not have the resources that they need. They're a small county. They don't have enough detectives. What needs to be done, in my opinion, is TBI and the FBI need to help Hawkins County out. They need to take a few men, 2 or 3 off of some of their cases that, they got a big pedophile ring going on. People are on that. Send those over there to Hawkins County and let it become a little task force where they got 4 or 5 men and that they can concentrate only on the Summer Wells case. That's how they do it.
Who do you think is the lead? Hawkins County?
Yes, Hawkins County.
Well, I think we should stop that. I think that should stop.
Yeah, they gave the TBI and the FBI gave all their information that they garnered to Hawkins County and left it with them, but they're not helping them. Okay. TBI and FBI needs to step up and let them send some people over there and let it become a little task force and take this detective off all these other cases that they're stringing him down with, because, he's got to go look for, a stolen refrigerator or whatever. He has to work on those too. Yeah. Like I said, we're talking about a very small police force. We're not talking about San Diego or New York City where they can take and put a whole task force on a case. But that's what they need to do. No, he did not sound like he did not care. He sounded overworked. He sounded frustrated because he could not handle this the way he would like to do. And I think he would like to do what I just said.
Right. And then too, we don't know what's all irons are in the fire with this department, who might be trying to pull their britches over their face and be head honcho. So you don't know because they can't tell you stuff like that.
No, and we don't know. Let's remember, he's only the detective. He is not the sheriff. And the sheriff may not want, for whatever reason, ego, he may not want TBI and the FBI involved in it, but he needs to get them. He needs to make a call. The sheriff needs to make a call to the TBI and the FBI and just say, I need help. And I think if he would do that, they would send their own detectives.
Yeah, he already said that they are involved. He did say that in the first commentary I played last night, that they all three are working together, TBI, FBI, and Hawkins County. So what is the problem?
Yeah, if they're all working together, get just some people over there to help this detective. They're working together, but they're not working together there with a task force only for the Summer Wells case. When he says they're working together, that just means they are all investigating it. But they're, basically the TBI and the FBI have, like I said, they investigated and they turned their information over and they've wiped their hands of it. In other words, they need to get their people over there to be on this 24/7 and help this man. This detective, I believe, seriously cares about something.
Is this a conflict of interest, perhaps? Because I would think the FBI would weigh higher than both agencies.
They are, but you're talking, this did happen in Hawkins County. They are the lead on this, regardless of what's been said. They said, oh, no, we're not. It's TBI. They've always been the lead because it's their county, but they have to request help. If they don't request the help,
but can't the FBI take over an investigation because they are a official government?
They could if they want to, but
so that's what we need to know. Have they asked?
Evidently, they don't want to, because if they wanted to, it would already be done.
Yeah, because you see all the times. I don't know if I shouldn't want to use TV as a reference, but a lot of times people say, "Okay, we called in the FBI," or people have complained, blah blah blah, because we didn't have the manpower, whatever the reasons were for the FBI to be involved. I would believe because they have a higher jurisdiction that they could formally come in and say, you don't have a handle on this, you have issues, whatever the issues may be, and they take it over them or TBI, whichever, because TBI is over Hawkins County and then there's the FBI. So this is what's bothersome to me. He already said he's never seen a case that had this many people. Is he somehow maybe telling us something without really he's supposed to even be saying? Is it something else brewing with all three agencies? Because it seems strange that he would come in almost month 10. Because don't you find that strange in a missing persons case? You never knew who the lead investigator is. That's very odd. It's very odd.
It was a cry for help.
Okay.
I do. I truly believe when he said And then I've got to go to all my other cases. Not only was he letting his own boss know, and that would be Ronnie Lawson, hey, you're not giving me the time to work this case as I need. And he was also letting it be known, going public, with the interview with the news, to the TBI and the FBI, hey, I need some help down here. I don't have the resources I need. So we'll see. Hopefully they listen to that and they get it in their heads. Hey, listen, Hawkins County needs some help. We need to send some men down there, to form a task force so that they can concentrate on this.
That just seems strange to me that TBI and FBI wouldn't say they see how they navigate when they first got there. They know how many people work. They know how many people were on the ground. They would know all that. So this is where I'm having a problem trying to understand the situation. Seems to me that once I got to the scene and saw they were short-staffed, conflict of interest, because they've been also conflict of interest with the sheriff's department and the wells. See, that was always mentioned too. Like I said, is there something more going on that we don't know? Because now I'm starting to wonder now. And see, I don't do all the conspiracy theory type stuff, but I'm starting to wonder if he got permission to speak via Ronnie Lawson or he went and did this interview on his own. See, something is very strange here. Something's off. Or maybe overreacting. I don't know. I can't put this. Yeah.
I don't know. But what I do know is these small counties like this are left to their own if they don't say and reach out and say, I need it, because the FBI and the TBI are working a lot of cases too. They have task forces that are working big cases where they're trying to catch multiple criminals. So if they can leave this with Hawkins County and just say, well, you handle it, they're going to do that. They've done it before with other small counties, and it's up to the county. It's up to Ronnie Lawson to quit being egotistical and reach out. And I think that the detective, what he did was smart, because he took it to the news. And now it's not like he just went to Ronnie's office and said, hey, I need some help. And he says, oh, get back in there and do your cases. He's put it out there, and they're going to see, hey.
Well, do you think he got permission for Ronnie Lawson to speak?
I don't know if he did or not. Or maybe Ronnie Lawson already asked for help and they didn't send anybody. Maybe he told him to do it. I don't know, because I'm not there. I don't know what was said.
Well, I'm just asking what you got. What do you think?
What I think is that they need to put more men down there. And since Hawkins County doesn't have the men, the TBI and the FBI needs to send them.
Is this a Cal City issue? Jesus Christ. Because their sheriff's department ought to have quite a few people working, but do they have what I'm trying to say? Seasoned detectives? Because everybody is not a detective like over here in this other city or county, because you have to have the experience.
Right. It's a small county. Well, they may only have 3 detectives. I mean, and this man is on this alone. He doesn't, other detectives are working other cases. He is alone on the Summer Wells case. Don't you think this case deserves more attention than one detective? With everything that's going on and all the craziness and all the different people. I mean, one person, how hard do you think it is for this man to go out and investigate all these neighbors that are coming forward, all the tips he gets?
And that's the reason why he was making that comment about all these people running in with those fake tips and stuff. You've made it worse. This is probably what's been going on the whole time. Maybe they didn't have adequate people on the ground. I don't know how what's the liaison issue with the TBI and FBI? Are they just sitting in the background letting Hawkins County lead and then putting their input in a little bit? See, nobody's talking to tell us nothing.
Right.
Because I don't want to point blame. I've only made one video about Ronnie Lawson, and that was when whatchamacallit went to jail and he walked him out. I did find that suspect. But other than that, I've never pointed blame that they weren't doing their job, because I don't want to do that. But I'm starting to wonder what is really going on for him to finally come out now, because 10 months in as a lead is kind of weird.
It's
strange.
I don't want to throw the sheriff under the
bus. I don't either. Because I don't want to.
And I'm not saying that.
I don't. People get real offended.
I don't know what has been said between the detective and between Ronnie Lawson, but let's just put it in perspective. If he's only got one detective working the case, and we don't know, but if he's not asked for help, then it
Surely
falls
more than one crime.
then it falls on him. Have what?
You hear me? It's got to be more than one. Good Lord.
He's the lead detective, but how many detectives do you think Hawkins County has? Think about it.
I don't know anything about the department. I can't say.
Well, that's true, and he didn't let us know either, did he? The only thing he said is, "I go in." Think about this. He said, "I go in every day and listen to all the tips." He didn't say we. He didn't say 3 or 4 of us have to listen to all the tips.
Well, that's even worse.
Think about it. If he says, this is what I do. I go in every day. I have to listen to all the tips. And
that's what pisses me off.
If they are credible, I have to call these people back and talk to them. Then after all of that, I have to go to my other cases.
Yeah.
He never said we call people back or we investigate. He laid it out that it's all been put on him.
Well, let's just say, because I'm not going to assume anything. Let's just say there's not extra parties helping. Then hell yeah, I'd be frustrated too.
Yes, I saw his frustration and I saw anger too. I saw anger at the fact that I feel that he thinks he's not getting the help he needs. He was trying to let us know, I'm invested in Summer. I care. I'm not letting go of it. I'm not going to let it go cold, but I can't do it alone.
Right. Because I'm sure they read the post and they watch probably some YouTube videos where people are cussing and fussing about what their role is and what they ain't been doing. And of course, naturally, they would have thick skin. But I'm sure at some point it could be daunting and offensive to point the finger at these people that they're not doing their job.
Right. And, the thing is, if there's nothing to find, there's nothing to find. I mean, we can't just, snatch it down out of the sky. I'm not sure when he said that we're no closer than we were on day one, that maybe they aren't any closer than they were on day one.
Right.
And isn't that horrible?
Okay, so let's go there. Let's address that then. What if that is true? How do you feel about that? If it is true?
How do I feel? Horrible.
Because maybe we need to address that. Because what if, like I said, this isn't them baiting the killers or whomever? What if, in all actuality, they don't got shit on nobody? Not a ping, not a nothing.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time.
Of course.
That a case went cold and wasn't solved for years and years, and some never.
Yes.
It wouldn't be the first.
Yes.
And you can't take this case and set it up as an individual thing. Cases do go cold. They don't find bodies. They have no evidence.
Yeah.
There's no DNA evidence. There's nothing to lead them to someone that's a credible suspect. I think that's why they've always said everybody's a suspect, because they got no suspects. Everybody is a suspect because they don't know who to narrow it down to, because they have no evidence. And that's why they need a task force.
That's so scary, man. If this is true,
yes, it's terrifying. But like I said, it wouldn't be the first time. None of us want to give up on this. None of us want to think.
No, I don't want to get that. That's why I don't want to claim it.
After all this time, these 10 months, that nothing has been found, that they have nothing, that no more than they had on day one. But I will tell you, and this is just my opinion.
Somebody's saying, no, where's the proof that TBI just drops it to the county? I don't believe that. Yeah, that's what I'm finding hard to believe. I just refuse to believe that they're not putting their input in, TBI and FBI, because I can't see the FBI wasting one breath of something they can't put no input on. TBI too. And I have faith in the TBI because I know who's running the TBI here in Knoxville, Tennessee. He worked with the police department in Knoxville first before getting put into the position of being head of TBI in the whole state of Tennessee.
Okay, then
Mr.
I would
Watson.
come back with a question to that question.
Okay.
If that is so, why is there not a task force made up of the TBI and the FBI and Hawkins County to investigate Summerwell's case? Why is there no task force?
I don't know.
Can you still hear me?
I can hear you. I'm thinking.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you're usually so quick.
Yeah. I was because.
I mean, if you asked me why the TBI would drop the case, I didn't say they dropped it. I said they dropped all the information they had with Hawkins County. I'm not saying they dropped the case. What I'm saying is I'm going to ask a question back, and whoever made that question, or you, or anybody
That's
in
what's
the chat, answer
that's
my
what's
question.
confusing about. That's
If
what's
that is
right.
true, why do we not have a task force? Other cities, when there are missing children or big, crimes, and this is a big crime for Hawkins
Yeah,
County.
it is. Yeah, Tennessee.
Why
Too.
is there no task force on the Summerwells case?
Very true. Could there be some conflict behind closed doors? And this is not to, as I said, point fingers at either agency. But could there be some conflict going on, and actually nobody's going to tell us until probably later down the road? Or could there be conflict between all three agencies on how to handle it, go forward, press forward, investigate? Because I'm starting to wonder. I ask these questions, and as I said, making this clear because some of you will run out of here and put a lie out. I'm just wondering, is there something more going on that he can't just come out verbatim and say? Because naturally, nobody's going to tell you there's conflict between all participating agencies. Because I do find it funny when he said, I just ain't never worked a case where you got this many agencies. So you don't know if he's poking, not poking fun, but being snide and trying to say, why is everybody involved? Or is it everybody's involved and we can't find nothing? You understand what I'm saying?
I do understand what you're saying.
Yeah, because you don't really know if he's trying to give you a hint that he don't like that other people are involved. He don't like where it's going. He don't like the way everybody's intermingling. Because there's certain things he can't say.
Well, I did listen to the 3 separate times that he was on yesterday.
Yes.
And I do not feel that he was throwing shade on any of the other organizations. I truly, it's just my opinion, whatever it's worth. I think that it was a cry for help. I got you. Yeah, I do. I think he was coming out and telling, because everybody wants answers. Everybody wants answers. What's going on? I think he's coming out and saying, look, we don't have anything. We don't have anything. And I am doing everything I can every day that I am here to help find Summerwells, and I'm not giving up.
Yeah.
But maybe a task force needs to be put together. I mean, regardless of whether they get along, they don't get along, maybe there's a problem there. Many times, the state police and local law.
Head bumping.
Bad problem. No, we're on the case. No, we're on the case. Oh no, it's our case. It's our. You know what I'm saying? So
let me give you a comment from the chat by Nubian. Says, yes, Queen. Remember when Dave Rader came first time? Yeah, that is something to think about. That was a mess, and I don't believe they were well received by either the parents and law officials, because after they came, that's when all of a sudden you start hearing this. We ain't doing no more searches. Then it was the Churchill people were removed. I smelled something.
They didn't want EquiSearch there. Why would they not want EquiSearch?
I don't know. See, and you have to ask yourself why. Why not?
Well, this is where I go back, and I'm not trying to say anything bad about him, but that was Ronnie Lawson that didn't want them involved. That was the Churchill Rescue Group. That wasn't anybody else. That was him.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have to think about that. Why, he did. Why? You're looking for a child. What does it matter if a dog finds her, or if a person finds her, or if a neighbor finds her? Just find her. What are you doing? EquiSearch is trained. They have they have equipment you don't even.
Alicia says pride.
Yeah,
Possibly.
right.
Pride, probably pride and greed. I want to be the first ones to do it, not you.
And the re-election. I mean, anytime, like with district attorneys, when it's a re-election, often, God help us, they have put people in jail that were not guilty just to solve a case and get it over with. So it didn't look bad and they got reelected. And then years later, DNA comes back and that person didn't do nothing.
Right. Well, let's go here with that. Since somebody opened that up in the chat. You push Rader out. You push Churchill out. And then Rader and Churchill had an issue because Mr. Rader had said this on somebody else's platform. That man from Churchill just wanted to text. That's unprofessional. You are business people. You're trying to find a child. You don't conduct that type of business texting people. Come on now.
And you're a rescue squad. You're not even you're not law enforcement. You don't have really. I mean, that whole situation with EquiSearch and
that was grimy. That was real grimy.
Office got that just blew my mind.
And that's why I said to people, you have to look at what you're actually seeing and hearing and read between the lines, that there was something going on from day one. Because if you got people damn near bickering in the search party, how would I have faith in you investigating? And even though I never threw shade to anybody in the beginning about who was investigating, who was doing their job, when you're already bickering at the point of who's going to search and can't search, you're telling me a whole lot about what the hell is and ain't going on behind closed doors with the investigators.
Okay, let me just address this comment right here.
I ain't looking.
What?
Queen ain't looking.
Well, I think they need to throw Pruitt's arse off the case and get some detective that's familiar with these type of cases. Look, who do you think they're going to get?
You want to come to Nashville? You want them to come up here? You want them to come up here and get our detectives?
We're talking about Hawkins County. They've got to use their detectives right now. Who they've put the man that they has the most experience there. So what do you want them to throw him off and put a detective that's only had maybe a couple years experience? What you're saying, I'm sorry, is and I'm not trying to be mean, but it's ridiculous because you're not understanding the concept of a very small county that may only have.
I think Cal City is obvious of that. That was known, and he told them what they had, Chief. And people came down very hard on that man, which I thought was very unfair because, one, you didn't know what was going on, and now we later found out a year later it was a whole lot that was going on.
I'm not going to say they need to throw Pruitt off the case.
People.
He's already, he is probably their most seasoned detective. Think about it. I mean, Ronnie Lawson is not going to put, a rookie on the case that is this. He's going to put his most seasoned detective, whether or not he stands in the way of other agencies helping out. We've seen it happen once. Who's to say it's not happening again? Who's to say that if she's found or if she's found dead, that he wants to take all the credit for it, that he doesn't want others involved? We don't know that. If he does want them involved, then answer my question. Why isn't there a task force?
Crime, don't you get your panties all in a knot up in here now. When we talk like this, people we all get hyped on certain issues. What you have to ask yourself is, I don't want to say this, I should say this. When is the truth going to be revealed? Because then, if you say something bad about the sheriff or the FBI, then tomorrow, here comes an arrest. First thing you feel bad, like, damn, they had it all along. You see what I'm saying? But you don't know. That's why you ask questions.
No,
it's one thing to do. That's why I'm not saying either or. I'm just.
But I don't think he wouldn't have come out and said what he said if there were more people to help him. Why would you do that? Why would you say, every day, this is what I do? You would have said, we are working.
Kathy.
Exactly. I mean,
don't do that. Don't do that, because you don't know what's going on behind closed doors. And we do not want to claim the devil taking over this case, because the devil's already been in it and damn near involved. is involved. And I'm not going to
Okay.
sit here and claim anything negative about the little girl. And I'm not going to sit here and claim that it's going cold.
They would say there was a task force if there
I'm not
was a
doing
task
that.
force. You know that. If there was a task force, they would say there was a task force. And they haven't said that. I don't know that he's not got other police officers or other detectives working with him. I just know that his interview basically said, it's me, myself, and I. And don't you feel that's how he came?
Well,
How
Mary,
it
what
came
if
out?
it's a good old boy system, perhaps? Maybe it's, like I said, maybe it is just a bunch of people pulling up their trousers and their suspenders, wanting to be head honcho, and not really concerned about the case, but just pretending. Could it be
So
that?
you think that's what he was doing?
Who?
Pruitt. Are you talking to me or somebody?
I'm talking to you.
Do you think that's what Detective Pruitt was doing? You know, trying to act like he was all that, and you know.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, could it have been an issue with the agents involved? Hawkins County offended. They got outside people coming in. They didn't like the direction of maybe the people were giving them information, but that's their job, TBI and FBI, is to help you. If they feel like you need the help or you ask for the help. I think perhaps Ronnie didn't want interference. And I'd hate to say that perhaps maybe this is why we don't have anything. Plus him having a hot head, maybe wanting to be the head honcho. And then all those tips coming in, because he's made that clear too. All that took away from them doing what they need to do because they're following leads that were not viable leads. So you have to count that as well. All that time you're chasing imaginary ghosts, you're taking time away from something that could have been viable and led somewhere. Then you got to count all the tips that were called in, went nowhere. Very scary to me. Nothing.
Right.
This man coming forward, nothing.
And all the crazy psychics and everybody else that's, you know, jammed up the phone lines with their nonsense. And he, you know, but and is it, I don't know. You even have to question, is it true that they're no closer now than they were on day?
And that's what we've been posing since I started the live.
Or would they just say that to throw off?
Yes, exactly. Because that could be what he's doing. I want this person to get so comfortable because I got you where I want you. I'm coming for you.
But what he did say that really hit a chord with me was that they do not think that she was abducted or trafficked out of the area. Now, he didn't say we don't think she was trafficked, period. He just said we don't think she was trafficked out of the area. You got to listen to the words and how they're
put. Said we don't got nothing.
Because we don't got nothing. He said that she's close
by. I think he was telling us that right there that he knew.
Close by. She's close by.
She's close by.
Either she's been
just as scary,
done away with and disposed of close by, or she was trafficked close by and somebody close by has her.
All the above. However she got gone is close proximity.
Right. To say she wasn't trafficked out of the area, you've got to listen to that.
Because guess what? Let me tell you what I think is what he's doing. He'd let you know, I've already looked at the data, pings, and that. Ain't nothing coming back to show footprints, dragged off, nothing. So I got to start with who was with her last, which is common sense. You always start with the inside first, and then you work your way out.
Who was with her 3 hours after they dropped off Hunter?
I'm not going to go look nowhere else.
3 hours, boom, she disappeared into thin air. No. I think the suspects are the same suspects that have always been, the 3 people with her. That, and I don't know if Don was there that day or not. We really don't know. He could have been, but we know the last 2 was Candace and the grandmother. So, you know, that's where you look. And
of course.
If they didn't.
But that's expected.
Yeah.
That's every case. Every detective will tell you that. We work our way from inside, then out. If evidence leads me out, then I go out. If it don't lead me out, I stay in.
And maybe he said she's not been trafficked out of the area to let them, know, hey, we think she's been trafficked in the area.
Okay.
We're looking at you.
Okay.
Candace and and grandma.
Yes.
We're looking at you.
Because we've been looking at you. And Earhart said that like 3 or 4 days into the investigation. She says, it is strange, odd, to have a case where you have nothing at least 3 days after the fact.
Right.
And I understand what she's saying, because everything works on 3 hours of abduction to 3 days of an investigation. 3 hours is enough time for your abductor, killer, whoever, get you where they want, get you comfortable, do what they got to do with you, and then discard you. That's what they do.
If she was, it's like she was abducted, she was killed within a few hours. And
how convenient is it to do it back there when you count the timeline of when I made the call to the dispatch?
I don't believe she was abducted. I don't. I know. I thought about it in the beginning, maybe for a couple of weeks, and then I said no.
Well, I live here, and I don't hear of any of these common folk getting abducted from their houses.
You know, you go down the holler to a dead-end road. You know, these predators are not going to risk. You would have had to know exactly. And you would have had to know where she was. You would have had to know she was in the basement. How the hell would you know she was in the basement? And you would have, you know, and if she went out of the basement, you would have had to sit there. You would have had to either after they arrived or before all day. You're not going to do that because you're risking.
And what are the odds? Let's just go here. What are the odds of taking her specifically, children left behind all day, mother returning with her allegedly with the child all day? How does the child go missing when they were gone all day from the property, and then they go missing when they get back, where children were left alone on the same property and could have easily been abducted as well? That makes no logical sense. And if you do the 6 degrees of separation and the mathematics, it won't add up. It'd probably be 1 in 2, 3, 400,000.
Probably
or a million.
Millions. And you can't tell me those boys sat in that house all day. They weren't locked in. They didn't even have a deadbolt on that.
I don't think it's wrong, Fred. Alicia.
I think they went out. If he was there and hiding, let me finish my thought. If he was there and he was hiding, you've got 3 boys, and at any time, any of them could have been outside playing, and they probably were. I doubt she was gone from 8 o'clock in the morning to 3:30 in the afternoon that those boys stayed inside. They're going to get up and walk around or do something. Now, then Summer comes home. Summer's got pants on, a shirt, and a shaved head. She looks like a boy, too. If he'd been waiting, he would have already took someone.
That's the point I made months ago. Yes, I'd be looking at a boy. How I know that's a girl if she's dressed like a boy? So you don't even know what she was dressed like. Changing clothes all damn day.
She's dressed like a boy with a shaved head. She looks just like them. Why would you wait around?
Say that. Come on with it.
It's stupid. If you were there was nobody home, and one of those kids came out, one of those boys, you would take them. You wouldn't wait around.
You would have taken one of the boys.
Right. You wouldn't wait around until you saw another boy. Oh, let me wait. Maybe I'll see one I like better.
Exactly. And if you want to keep bringing up that phone business or the phone workers, if I'm looking through trees, you gotta remember it's dense. If I'm looking at trees and I'm fancying little children, ting, 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 I'm fancying little boys. Because once again, if she's dressed like a boy, I am into boy children. See, that's why I tell people they don't think when they talk. You gotta think when you speak.
And a lot of predators are into boys.
Of course they are. But that's my point, is that if I'm a random predator looking through trees, if the little girl dresses normally as a boy, then that means I'm fancying boys. So I went there, let's say hypothetical, I went there to get a boy child.
Right. If there was an abductor, if we just go out in the snow and say, hey, it was an abductor, then why didn't he take one of the boys?
That's why you know it wasn't a random person, because there were boys there left alone all day.
There was no abduction.
I know
that's all there is to it. There was none.
That's proven. That's proven right there. That's proven.
What Don and Candace made up along with their other made up stuff.
Yes.
There was no abduction. Yes. That child was not abduction.
The narrative.
One of two things that the detective already told you, one of two things.
They already know it anyway.
She's close. Either she's close dead or she's been trafficked close.
They already know damn near.
I think he was I really think he gave away a lot of details to us if you just
He
listen.
did. If you listen, see, a lot of people still want to run with what they think happened, so they can't see what's been said. See, I listened to everything. That's why I replayed it like 4 or 5 times.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But I heard it the first, I re-listened to some things, but I heard, to me, it struck because you, like I said, you've got to listen to a whole sentence. You can't just say, oh, she wasn't trafficked. That's it. He said she wasn't trafficked. No, that's not what he said. He said she wasn't trafficked out of the area.
He's basically telling you he thinks she's out there.
There's a traffic, we're talking about a trafficking ring right there. I mean, look, she put her on TikTok with a sign for sale. It didn't say for sale forever. They were probably and could have been, and I don't know, and I'm not saying it happened, but they could have been trafficking her all along.
Well, I never think about the trafficking situation just because I look at how they carry themselves, but that would be even more sick.
Well, look.
Are you trying to say that they loaned their child out, crime?
Yes, I'm trying to say they sold her out. Yes.
No, I mean loaned her out and then got her gone this time and then couldn't get her back.
Somebody may have kept her. Why you going to go to the police and say, hey, this guy.
Yeah, I already know they're not going to do that. They're not the type to go to the police.
What I'm saying, down the road, I gave them my daughter for a couple hours and they didn't bring her back.
But let's explore that then, because that topic comes up a lot.
Candace said at one time, someone has her and they won't bring her back. Now, why would she say that?
Well, all I'm going to say is, what if they did sell her on occasion and this one time they didn't bring her back?
There's not much they can do about it, is there? Because they would have to admit it, and then they would be put.
That's where the lie would come anyway with this farce, because we already know they're lying. It's just the reason behind the lie. Was it intentional, or it was something else they were doing with the girl?
The reason for, if you're trafficking your daughter out to people, and then somebody decides, hey, I'm going to keep her and traffic her out, and I'll make the money. How you going?
Everybody has a good point. Nobody in Hawkins County and other places are worried about a child abductor. Thank you.
Well, yeah.
Well said.
I mean, either I've said before,
nobody's jumping up and down in the beginning. Oh, we're concerned. Oh, dear God. Stay
right. And if she'd wandered away, they would have been out looking for her. They never got up the first
neighbors.
Time.
Well, you got to talk about the neighbors too. You didn't see a lot of neighbors running around with their heads cut off.
But I'm just saying, nobody. I'm telling you, they know what happened to that little girl. I don't care. You can talk, and I know you believe too. You talk to you blue in the face to me. They know what happened. Either some kind of accident happened and they disposed of her, or like the detective said, if we just change his words, she was trafficked in the area.
Yeah.
And somebody in the area has her.
That's even more sick, man. And just like I told people, if you go with the trafficking, sold out, borrowed out, loaned out theory, you have to use common sense. They may not give her back. And if they gave her back, she wouldn't be whole. Use your head.
No.
Because I tell people, you know what they do with little children. Stay woke.
And, it would, God, I can't even go there.
I know that's why I don't talk about the trafficking. Even if it's a scenario that could have happened, I don't dwell on that, because I tell people I don't like talking about SA, and I don't like talking about people.
No, none of us want to think about it, but in this case, it has to be considered as a possibility. I'll just
let's go there. Well, let's go there then. Let's go there then. You open Pandora's box. Let's go there. We're gonna go real deep in this live. Why or should I consider they would sell their child or traffic her out or loan her out? Why would I? Why should I think of that?
How long, okay. Don was gone for 5 months. We don't know, but we have testimony. We don't know how to believe it, that she was calling him for money all the time, and he didn't want to send it to her because he went out to Utah, wanted the whole family to move out there. She didn't want to go. You ain't got money. you're too stupid or you don't want to go down and waste the time
to get a
fill
job.
out paperwork to either get a job or get welfare and food stamps. So you just decide. I'm sorry, Candace is not a normal person. I mean, you would not put a TikTok video. That was a clear sign. So maybe before he got back, that's what she started doing. Look, she never wanted a girl child. Come on.
Self-image. As somebody was saying last night about the self-image was spot on.
Love Summer. I don't, she can say, and they can say whatever they want, but look at how she was, whatever.
Go ahead. Don't get emotional. Don't do that. Just say it.
I just think that everybody that wants to believe that Candace is not Beelzebub.
Capable. That's why I don't understand that. Let's go there too. Because see, people flip this shit 1,000 different ways, and it does become annoying at some point. What is it about this white woman you can't see her killing her child deliberately? Show me. Just like you think she could have sold her out and posted her to the dark web. Okay. What is it about her that you all can't see her killing a kid or him killing a kid? What is it? Why can't some of you see her deliberately killing her child? What is it about Candace that tells you, no, she ain't the type. It's got to be an accident. Why? Explain it to the queen. Make me understand. Because she ain't nobody to me. She ain't my mama. My mama didn't give birth to her. She to me, she's a random no damn body. Like them other nobodies out there that kill their damn kids. So I want to know why you all think this chick ain't the type that could have killed her kid deliberately for whatever reason. Because in the end, the reason will not matter because you ain't got no business killing no damn baby.
I believe she's perfectly capable of doing anything and everything that your mind could come up with.
Jesus Christ. People kill their kids every day.
Look, and they traffic their children out every day. It's been on the news repeatedly. You going to tell me she's any different than any of the other mothers?
She ain't. Look at how she carries herself. Why would I think that any different of her?
She is trash.
Yeah.
She is worst trash that I've ever seen. And I grew up around some trash. Okay, let me tell you. And I have seen trash in my life. She is trash. She's trash. He's trash. Trash breeds trash. What stayed around them and laid up with them was trash.
Yeah, all them different people coming to the house.
Shit, what anybody says, they were all trash. Get off of my phone.
But listen, when you sit here and think about this is anybody. I tell people this, whether you have children or not. You can get yourself in the nastiest of positions, hanging with the wrong people, and also yourself making wrong decisions. You start hanging with different riffraff people. You got different people coming in your house, whether you got children or not. Anything is liable to jump off. That's why I don't understand the mindsets of a lot of people.
If you're a druggie, and she is a druggie, you will do anything for those drugs. You will sell your child. You'll steal from your granny.
Yeah, I can't get over that case in Georgia that just came up about that little white girl. Oh my God, that I could beat the hell out that woman. Do you hear me? How in God's name you give your baby to a grown ass man?
Oh, the one that they took to Alabama, he killed her. Yeah. 4 years old.
So that's a prime example. Yes, it does happen because you don't hear of it a lot, but that's why I don't like listening to that kind of stuff. It just makes me sick to my stomach. And when I heard it, I just, I thought of Summer briefly. And like I said, I don't know what they did with the little girl, but I know it wasn't good. That's the best I can come up with.
Yeah. Well, that was a month ago. There were two just the other day. Parents, mother and father, trafficked
two children. Your ass need to be whooped.
Two children. Her ass, I'm telling you, Candace is nothing. She is nothing for anybody to believe. She's nothing for them to say, oh, poor Candace, she was a good mother. She is the epitome of Beelzebub. I don't care what anybody says. And they're going to find out. You're going to find out when it comes out. I'm going to sit back and
be just kind of like Cal City. As somebody in the chat said the other day, think about what we don't know. That's true.
Right.
Think about what we don't know about them.
And what kills me is that people will hear something that another person says in chat or a YouTube creator, and they will take it as gospel. And
yeah, I'm sick of that too.
And I'm telling you what, and I'm calling it out today. You'll see, because I mean, some of the
I mean, with the
comments,
story, you just make up stuff. My thing is this: if you're not going to bring some genuine content to YouTube or Facebook, whatever platform you use, you should be quiet. I'm not going to sit up here and make up stuff about Summer Wells, her parents. Even though I don't care for Don and Candy, one thing I will not do: I will not lie on them two monsters because I don't rock like that. I can tell you I don't care for them, but I ain't gonna lie on them.
well, this doesn't have to do with. It has to do with Don and the case out in Utah. But I'm bringing some facts today, and I'm sick of these people that think they know what the hell, and they don't know the law. They don't bother to do as simple as a Google search and look something up. They take something.
Too much work when you just watch somebody else's video and then spin a video off of that video.
Or they watch, a comment in somebody, and then they run over the years and throw it in your comment. Oh, they can't do that because such and such law. You don't know the law.
Yes.
You don't know the law.
And I don't claim to know. I don't know Tennessee law. I only know the few little things I've experienced living as a human here. Mm-hmm. But I don't know all the logistics of everything as far as dealing with children and an abundance of stuff. Because see, my thing is with the law and what happens in court are two different things.
Right.
The law is just it's something on paper. That don't mean it stands up when you go to court, because the judge and the jury makes the decisions about whatever once it's in court.
That's true. But
and you see that with lots of cases of people walking or getting out from a technicality.
Right. But this pertains to what can and cannot be brought up.
What you mean in court?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what it pertains to. It doesn't pertain to.
So you're going to do a video later?
It's doing. I guess it's sitting there waiting.
I really would like to do if you would like to, if you got some free time.
We can talk about it if you'd like to.
You're welcome to talk about anything you want on my channel. But what I would like to do is, because I see, I don't know a few YouTubers I really trust dealing with after the latest events. But I would like I want to go live later to do a video about the girl in Nevada. I'd like to do a video of, was she stalked? That would be the title of the video. Was she stalked or pre-planned? Because people need to start paying attention. Because I had a talk with a young lady yesterday. She was running a store, like a checking and cash place. And we were standing outside the store talking. And she hadn't been really following the story. And so I started just giving her little tidbits of what I had learned, through court TV and everything. And, you could tell she was really listening to what I was saying and thinking, like, you have some great points about, people not watching you and paying attention. But little did she know, I had already got the 411 on her. That somebody was stalking her. I didn't tell her that when I was standing there talking to her, but I was talking to the person in the store next to her who told me. Then every time she come out to her car, he pop up. So the place where I went to fool with my phone, she said she confronted the guy. And I looked at this little girl, Queen. I told her, I said, why you do that? She said, I wanted to let him know. You can't just keep popping up every time that girl go to her car. I said, that's dangerous, right? You doing that. She said, yeah, I know, but I just told him. I said, well, he now knows he's on radar. So if something ever happens to her, he'd be the first one they look at.
Why didn't you tell the police or tell her? You don't tell the offender.
Yes, you have to be careful. This is exactly what I be trying to tell people. Meddling people, young people, you have to think before you do stuff. You can't just go run out and say, well, I'm a right fighter and I think what I'm doing is right. You have to be careful because we don't know this man. You didn't know this man. The girl in the store don't know the man. You don't know what he's capable of. You don't know who he's connected with. And you just went right up to a person to let him know, yeah, we know you've been watching her. You better stop. I like the little girl, but I told her in the store yesterday, I said, baby, you should have done that.
No, I wanted to be a cop. That's what I wanted to be.
Yeah.
I never got to be that. My child's living my dream, but I have always, I guess I hung out with them when I was young.
Yeah.
I went to the bars and had drinks with them, but I've always learned situational awareness and I watch. Nobody follows me home because if I even see or think that has been on my butt too long, I will turn down different.
Oh, and I did that. I did that last week. You all up on that bumper damn near, and then you turn when I turn. I said, well, okay, we're coming off a main drag. I got one better for you. I'm going to turn on another street and just coast. I've done that twice in the past week.
Because you never know who's following you. And
you don't know. That's right.
They see you out, they see you shopping, they think, okay, well, she got some money. I'm gonna follow her back home and knock her over the head and take.
Yeah, because see the way
Or you go to the bank.
Because the way my home is set up, it's right for the taking. It's so close to the street that as soon as I open the door, I'm only a few feet from the actual pavement. It is a robber's dream. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's a robber's dream. It's a stick-up person's dream because they could get you just as soon as you pull up, shut the door. They can just drive right on up. And I hate the way it's set up because I'm so close to the street. And you got to think about coming in and out at night when it's dark. It would take nothing for somebody to just run up. As soon as you pull up, park your car, they're going to be sitting somewhere waiting. Then they come run around the corner. You're not paying attention. You do have to be aware.
Yeah, and I could have got me one the other day. Anybody could have that was in the store.
Yeah.
I went to get me some chicken wings, and there's a little deli in a little gas station store, and they have really good chicken wings.
Yeah.
There was a man, and he was there waiting. And, I said, go ahead. And he said, no, I'm waiting.
Oh, okay.
And so I got my stuff, and he went over to the part where the lottery is given out.
Oh, okay.
Right? Mm-hmm. He evidently must have won because she was counting out
his money,
stacks of 20s and 10s and stuff. And I thought to myself, oh man,
yeah,
I could follow you right now.
Yeah, that's true. That's so true.
Back to your home, knock you over the head, and take that there money you got.
What she should have done was pull him back like in a small office or back room and count the money. You don't ever count money out in public like that. I mean, you take a chance just going to the store and bought a pack of gum and gave a $100 bill.
That's what they do, and that's what they do on these lottery tickets. They count out your winnings right in front of people. If it's under a certain,
no, you talking about a whole lot of money. No.
If he'd have won a couple $1,000s, I would have told, if it was me, I would have said, no, you're going to take me somewhere else. You're not counting this out in front of people because I wasn't the only one in there. There was people waiting behind me.
That's crazy.
You've got, this is Naomi, that girl. That's why, look, she was sheltered all her life. She was in armed compounds in other countries.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not, this is no way that I am putting down her family.
Well, you would think she would be leery because she came from a country that's very violent. She's been living in a very violent country, even though she may live in a good area where some white people live, but she knew what goes on. She knew what went on in South Africa. There's no way I would be blind when I got back to America.
She was, like her mother said, she was like a deer in the headlights. Okay, well, that tells me she had no situational awareness. She had been sheltered her whole life. She had grown up in a diplomat family. Now, as far as when he took her on a Saturday. He wasn't at work. He didn't have to be at work. Do I think he'd been stalking her? Look, the place she worked at Panasonic and the place he worked at Leadcore, which is they do mining contracts, are across from each other. Yes, just about a block or two. So we don't know if he saw her first, and this is near Reno. We don't know if he saw her first at her job site, which was not far from his job site, and just fixated on her. Then he's following her around. Okay, he finds out
our parking lot that is accessible to the public.
Finds out that she worked on the weekends mostly. So, he's free on the weekends. So he follows her around. He finds out she takes a shuttle early in the morning from the Walmart to get to her job site every weekend.
Or could he been out looking in the morning, though? Could it also be that he's been looking for a victim? He was scouring before going to work in the morning. There she is sitting alone at the
Could have been random. Could have been random. They said he came, and he wasn't homeless. He came from the homeless encampment across the road. There was a homeless encampment across the road from that Walmart.
But he had a car, didn't he?
Right, but he was over there probably surveying.
Yeah, that's probably he was blending in.
Blending in. He had his hood. He had his hoodie. He's pretending to be homeless. But then when he wanted to get the person,
that is scary as hell. The thought,
and he meant his truck was parked. He meant to take whoever he.
That's scary right there, man.
Yeah, he was going to take whoever.
Well, he planned it because you had to get from point A where you dropped her car off. So that means you were not homeless. You had to have parked your car somewhere close to where you knew you were going to drop her car off.
He did. He parked his truck, or even say you got to walk a couple miles. What is that? He could have cut across the field. You know. Hold on.
But if I'm going, but you know your adrenaline's high when you're doing wrong. You ain't gonna want to be out too long on no foot after you done killed somebody, buried them, then got to get their car parked back. You're gonna be trying to get from her car to your car very fast.
No, that's true. But look, he knew he had a plan. Whoever he took, he was taking their vehicle. He was going to force them over and take them in their car.
Well, let's go here. Who's the person that gave the information? Somebody in the chat said it was an employee. Okay, well, let's go there.
Okay,
that's where her body would be buried.
I can go there.
Okay.
The guy that, and I'm not sure that she was found in that area, but the FBI came to Ledcore. Ledcore was the facility where Driver worked and where this man worked with him. Driver was a superintendent for Ledcore.
Uh-huh.
They were going around to different mine sites doing their work. So this gentleman came forward and said, that the Monday after the Saturday she went missing, this Driver guy was acting really funny. He wanted to go to different mine sites that, they really didn't have to go to. He came forward, said Ledcore fired him because, and I don't know if it was
Ledcore fired whom? The suspect or the talker?
The person that came out and told, because the FBI came to talk to him. He said, now this is his story. Now we have to remember he may have just been a poor employee, but he said he was fired because Ledcore didn't want the information given out about their mines and all this, and look bad.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, private information. Yeah. Okay, I got that. Yeah.
So, but the FBI came to talk to him, and he told them what he knew about Driver, where they went, the mines that they went to, and where it was possible that he might have.
And that name itself, Driver. Thinks of the Stephen King movie that was on Lifetime, Big Driver. You ever seen that?
I've seen just about everything Stephen King.
Well, you know what I'm talking about, then, Big Driver.
Yeah.
So when I hear that name, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. I can't stand it. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because he says that he came out to call out Ledcore, not to really, but he said that Driver was acting strange, that, he stayed at a mine site when he had to leave. This man that came out, I'm going to call him the employee.
Okay, well, let me go here. Is that where she was found crying?
I don't know. She was found 30 miles. 30 miles. Oh, so, I mean.
Well, let me ask you this. It's 30 miles. It's 30 miles from Ledcore to Walmart.
Okay. Fallon, where the guy lives.
Uh-huh.
Okay. It was about halfway between the Walmart and where they worked at Ledcore, and she worked at Panasonic. It was.
So I'm saying the barrel site, but how far is the barrel site?
The mine site was closer toward the Walmart.
Yeah.
These different mine sites, and these aren't close together, these mine sites. They're a couple hours, on this road. I put up a map of it on one of my things.
Uh-huh.
There was 3 different mine sites they went to, and this one mine site that the guy Driver insisted on going to, they didn't need to be at. And the employee.
What you trying to tell me? He took somebody there to do what? To survey it and look around?
That's what they did. They surveyed and looked around, but he already knew the mine sites. He'd been working. The Driver guy had been working for Ledcore for quite some time.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying, though.
Okay, what I'm saying is, the employee had to leave early that day, and Driver stayed at the mine site where they didn't even supposed to be at. Okay. So he could have disposed of her. And what I'm saying is, it was out there in the middle of nowhere, just like with Chris Watts.
I knew you was going to.
Just like with Chris Watts, it was a place he worked. It was a place he knew.
Ooh, familiarity.
Huh?
Familiarity.
Yes, a place he worked that he knew, hey, this would be a good place to get rid of a body.
Look. Everybody knows. If you watch enough true crime, you know the game. You don't put nobody where you sleep, and you sure as hell don't put them where you work. Everybody know you never mix the two. That's why you don't do business at your job, at your home, because you got to have a place to live. You got to have a damn job. So you have to be careful where you slumber and where you work. What you do at work, who you talk to, who you fraternize with, same thing at the house. Neighbor fraternizing, traffic, it's all the same. Ain't no way I'm getting ready to put a body on the property, and I sure the hell ain't getting ready to bury nobody where the fuck I work.
Criminals are stupid. That's why they're criminals. They got
Jesus.
caught. People that kill people and don't get caught are never called a criminal.
Yeah, I guess I don't nobody know they did anything. Yeah.
I mean, truth. If you don't get caught, you're never a criminal. You're only a criminal if you get caught and you're stupid. Just like the man that killed, his ex-girlfriend. They had a child together right there in Florida. Where did he take her to?
Why you come up here? And why he come up here?
What?
Why the hell he come up here?
Because he was running, I think, because they'd already taken the little girl. He buried her on property he owned in Alabama.
Yeah. See, you just.
I mean, like you said, you don't bury them at your work site. You don't bury them where you live because you're.
They're going to go look at those places. They're going to look. That's how they found the shit out here. He was stupid enough to, I guess, put her. I don't know where. They didn't really describe her body, if it was inside or outside the family member's house. But that is where they found Tashina Kyle, is at the ex-boyfriend's family member's abandoned home. Just stupid. Right. It's just stupid.
Just like they found Kylie and JJ, Tylee and JJ in the backyard.
Yeah.
Of Vallows.
And that really is sickening to me.
Oh my God.
But you would bury some babies on your property.
That's why they're called criminals. They're stupid because people that commit crimes and don't get caught are never called a criminal. Mm-hmm. Think about it. Ding, ding. That's what I say.
Lord have mercy. And you know what's sad? When I was talking to that lady yesterday at the store, I was saying this girl, just a random girl who just, been back to the States, trying to start a new life. She was snuffed out so early in life. I said, I always wonder what she was doing. She and other people, when they're found murdered, missing, what were they doing that day? What were they thinking? Who did they talk to? What was on their mind? You have to wonder things like that in a tragedy. What were they doing on that day?
She was thinking about social media because that's where her head was, and she wasn't looking up. We don't know if she had her doors locked. We don't know if she had her window down.
But see, what I understand is when they say shelter, I can see sheltered only in the sense that you'd have to watch out for your safety because you're an ambassador. You wouldn't want the wrong people to know I'm an ambassador. These are my family members. For security reasons, you shelter. But there's also two definitions of shelter. Shelter for security reasons and shelter because I ain't taught you nothing.
Well, that could, we know the security reasons, but maybe she was sheltered by her family too.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When they say sheltered, are they also saying sheltered mentally? We didn't teach her the logistics of navigating with people and trusting people, dealing with people. Because if I led a life of always looking over my shoulder because of what my dad or mom did for a living, I would be very leery no matter where I went, whether it was Italy, Africa, America. The rules would be the same if I got to America. You can't trust people. You have to be careful what you say to people. You have to be careful what you talk about.
If I lived my life in compound surrounded by barbed wire, I would be leery of everything.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what I was trying to understand the word sheltered.
But you and me are saying this at a point in our life where we have lived. She was 18 years old.
Yeah, I know what you said, 18 free. I was 18.
Shit at 18 years old. I was stupid. I could have been taken. I think back.
Comfortable is what we do. Comfortable.
This makes me go back and think of all the times that, oh my God, I put myself in situations where
we all have.
And we all still do.
Still do. Let me tell you something. Right now, you could say, I would never have, sex with a strange person, or I would never pick up a man, or I'd never pick up a strange woman. If you go into your neighbor's apartment or house and you don't know them, but you've seen them every day, and they say, well, hey, I got some lemonade I want to give you, or I got a cookbook, whatever it is. And you go in there, you just broke your own cardinal rule because you don't know them. And once you step in that door, as my aunt would say, when that door is shut, all bets are off.
Right, because, they could be a serial murderer. You don't
know. That's right. But because you saw them all the time, you just assume he's a nice guy. So yeah, I'll go over here and get that cookbook. And he said, well, come on in, I'll give you the book. And
Oh, he had the most wonderful start. And he offered me a bunch of tomatoes and squash. Just come on in and get it. And then they washed me.
Well, but see, that is how a lot of people have gotten hurt, is trusting their neighbors, trusting somebody in their apartment complex. You saw them a lot, or maybe they asked for a cup of water. You foolishly let them in to give them a bottle of water, however it go. Or maybe you was a woman, you haul something in your trunk and you can't get it up the steps. And the person says, oh, I'll help you carry that up. But the thing is, once it's upstairs, you don't let them push it in that damn door. You say, I got it from here. You never let them push it in the house. But it might be something heavy that you still couldn't even push in the door. And you foolishly let somebody push it in the house.
If a person offers you unsolicited help right there, you should be suspicious.
Yeah, you should decline. Exactly.
And if you can't do it by yourself, you leave it until you can get a friend to do it. Well, I mean, I get my friend to help
come
me.
Back, your shit is stolen. Where that chair at? They stole it because I couldn't get nobody help me carry it up the stairs. I put it in the door. Girl, you a mess. Well, it's gone now. The Pookie got it. Pookie got your chair. It's not being funny, but I understand what you're saying.
I was hoping it was in the trunk, not out in the.
Because I knew somebody did that once in an apartment building. He worked there. He was the guy that came and cleaned the carpets or whatever. Something like was it clean the carpet? It was something he did with water. I can't remember. But anyway, one day he saw me carrying a bunch of groceries up to the door in the building. He said, I'll help you. So once we got to the door, I said, okay, thank you. Then he said, oh, I'll help you carry me in. No, I said, thank you.
Right.
Why would I need you to help me carry my groceries inside my apartment? You've already helped me carry them up to the door. That's as far as you're going.
That exactly scenario.
You don't need to come in my apartment. I smelled the rat right there when he said, I'll help you carry me in. No, boo-boo. Thank you. Bye.
That scenario that you're talking about.
You have to be adamant.
Has actually happened and got women killed.
Well, I know that. That's why they do it. Because then, let me tell you what's going to happen. I would have let him foolishly come in the apartment, and the first thing he would have done, what most people do when they come in my home, oh, it's so nice in here, oh, and then that would have led to, I've been watching you, and ooh, you nice looking, the next thing you know, you're going to want to touch a shoulder blade or something else.
Mm-hmm. Well, so what we're saying is you can't trust anybody.
You can't trust people. That's right. Whether they're old man, new man, I don't trust anybody.
Look,
I don't trust anybody.
If you're laying with a man for years, your husband, let's say.
You don't know them either.
You don't know them, or your wife. You don't know them because one day they come in with an axe and you're gone, and you never suspected. You never know. Yeah. And we hear about. I watch,
smiling and stuff all the time.
Forensic files all the time. I love forensic files.
Yeah, because I had it on last night.
I believe the things that
it's amazing, isn't it?
It's horrible. I mean,
one black guy that got the girl. I think she was. I don't know if she was Korean, but anyway, she was smaller, petite, and he already had a woman. This is what's crazy. He's her new neighbor. I think they lived in adjoining houses. He already has a woman. He comes over one night needing something. She foolishly lets him in. They do believe he made a pass. She rebuffed. So he hit her so hard he knocked her teeth out her mouth, and assaulted her. Then left out. Well, naturally, forensic files. They caught him by his footprint on the bread.
Yeah.
From the bread, because loaves of bread, he had dumped the plastic bag, I guess, to use to help clean up or do something with the plastic bag. The bread came in. So there was loaves of bread all over the floor. This dummy stepped on the bread with his bare feet, and they got his footprint from the bread.
All right,
you can't make that up.
Footprints just like fingerprint. And you know what? That's why they're called criminals. I tell you, they're stupid. They get caught.
Well, why would you even look? See, that's another show I'd like to do. He had somebody. So to me, I'd like to know the mind of the woman that's with the person. Here's the allegation, the charge, and still supports the man. And also, why would a man who has a woman want to go over here and accost another woman when you're feet away and got a woman over here in a adjoining apartment or house?
Look, there are men that have wives that prey on other women and kill them. And
you see that a lot. You see a lot of rapists do have girlfriends.
I mean, why does I don't know why they do. They're sick. I mean, they're psychologically damaged.
Yeah.
They get a thrill from it. It
But can you
gives
imagine,
them
though?
an excitement. They can't kill their girlfriend or their wife.
Yeah,
They
but
need
Ted
that
Bundy didn't do it with his. He choked her once, but he didn't kill her. But see, that's
Now,
what's scary to me is the person that will pretend to be human, lie beside another wife, girlfriend, don't do any crazy stuff to her, but then will sneak out at night while she's asleep or day, however the time is, and start stalking women, breaking in windows, all that type of stuff, raping women, killing women. They go right back and crawl into the bed with a woman and or got kids. Got kids. That's
And
even
then-
worse when they got kids.
yeah, and then you stand by them, and they get indicted, and then they get charged, and then you still stand by them while they're in prison. I don't, I don't understand those women. I no, but it goes back to the child thing. The child goes and tells the mother, "Look, Daddy's doing stuff to me," and
Yeah.
she don't believe it. She don't want to believe it. She
Yeah.
blames the child. You're lying, or you seduced him, or I mean, how could
Yeah.
you say that to a little child?
Yeah. And I do not, let me make this clear. Queen does not condone any adults that pushes child assault or any type of sexual assault under the rug, stays with the perpetrator, aids the perpetrator, whether it be your brother, cousin, sister, whatever. I don't rock like that. I don't condone any woman staying with a man that allegations have come from her own children that the man touched her,
He'd been out the
touched him or
door.
her, whichever.
He'd been
You
out
stay
the
with
door.
him anyway. I've been watching the Dr. Phil show a couple of years ago, and that was the most dangerous show Dr. Phil ever did, was to have the mother and the grown daughter up there going back and forth of why she felt betrayed by her own mother to stay with the perpetrator. And even when he went to jail and he got out, she took him back. She let him come back to the house, and the mother sat right in front of that grown daughter saying she didn't believe a word her own child said. I told myself then, Dr. Phil, this is bold, because there is no way I could have sat there. I probably would have pushed that woman out that damn chair.
Well, let me. I'm gonna share something with you.
Okay.
My own mother. My uncle tried something with me. I was 14 years old,
Okay.
but I was strong.
Yeah.
My mother was a strong mountain woman, and she raised me to be strong too. And when he was her favorite. There was 10 kids. He was her favorite. He came to our house all the time. I looked up to him as a father. He took all 3 of us girls with him out of state to visit different people for years. And when I got to be 14, I looked up to him. I loved him. I thought of him as a father because my mother left my alcoholic father when I was young. I loved that man. And he come to pick me up one day from school, which he did often when he was in town visiting. He lived out of state. And he drove to a field beside a patch of woods. And he said, I knew what we were there for.
Oh, wow.
I had no idea. The shock that came over me was,
That's what he turned. The nice guy turned into what he actually
said,
is.
I don't know he said, he always called me Big Red because I had red hair.
Okay.
And he said, Big Red, he said, don't pretend like you don't.
This is creepy. This is very creepy, this conversation.
But I got to tell you, because this goes back to what we were talking about. I was in a panic and I had my hand, he didn't know, on the doorknob.
Okay.
What he had was, he wasn't planning to take me into the woods or the field.
Okay.
He had a camper top on the back of his pickup truck, and he had a bed in there.
Like how my grandfather had one like that.
And he used to tell me all the time about picking up women that were hitchhiking, and it never dawned on me. But this man could definitely have been a serial killer. Okay.
Okay.
What I saw in this field, sitting beside this empty field with no houses.
Yeah.
I don't know. They were little to me. Okay. That's all I can say is the people I saw, 2 people in a field far away, and they were small, but I saw them. And I told him, if you don't take me home right this minute, I'm going to get out of this truck and I'm going to start screaming at the top of my lungs. And you see those
You did, but what made you not just jump out and start screaming anyway when you saw the people?
I was 14 years old.
Okay.
I was trying to rationalize the moment that I didn't understand.
You're lucky because so what happened?
And couldn't comprehend. His ass took me home, and all the way home,
because he didn't have to. Let's keep it real.
No, he didn't have to. He was scared though. He was scared because
he was the one that was scared.
I was going to go willingly, and I wasn't. But all the way home, he told me.
Well, you're fortunate. Did he ever try anything with you again?
Listen, I gotta finish.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. All the way home, he told me, if you say anything, your mother's going to blame you. You know, you're going to get in trouble, not me, blah, blah, blah. And he did that all the way home, and I believed him. So I never told her. 3 years went by. 3 years. He kept coming to our house. When he'd come to visit, our house is the one he came to.
Yeah.
And he would stay a few days.
Was you in that? Oh, God. So where would you be where he slept?
Listen, because I was 14 years old and he told me I would get
blamed. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, where did he sleep when he came to the house is what I'm saying.
He would sleep in one of our beds. We'd give him up.
Okay.
Now, not with me, but
did he ever still try to touch you in those 3 years?
I would
get along with him.
I would never be alone with him. But then when I saw he was going toward, us girls were all 3 years apart. I was the oldest. My next sister, 3 years later, I could see what he was doing. He was starting to groom her with gifts and being nice. That's what he did. And I couldn't tell my mother she was a strong woman, but she was a mean woman. And she would blame you. I mean, she'd whoop your ass for falling down sometimes. I'm telling you, she was just that way. And I was scared of her. I was scared of her, and he knew, and he put that in my mind. I went to my aunt and told my aunt, and my aunt made my mother come out to the car at her house and sit while I told her. And she confronted him about it. Blah, blah, blah. And he was never allowed to take us alone again, but she still let him come to our house. And
but I see that's still wrong.
Yes, I know. And I hated her for doing that for years because he knew I had told on him, and I had to face him.
Why would he even come around? See, this makes no sense. Your sister has confronted you, and yet you still brazen enough to still come around.
He was brazen enough to try to do it. Why wouldn't he be brazen enough to try to come around?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to come around after
my mother allowed it because he told her that I was a liar.
I just don't understand the mindset of people who aid these people.
Of the parents or the perpetrators.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something. Queen's got many stories. So believe me, when I speak from what I'm talking about. I don't get why nobody would still let a person come around their church. Let me go here with this without telling certain things. You know that you were touched by your brother. So why would you let your brother be around your children? Now you answer me that.
I don't know. All I know is it don't make no sense to me because, and my sister, I never told my sisters because we were 3 years apart. So there was one 3 years younger than the next one in line. Yeah. But I didn't come forward for myself. I came forward for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what you're talking about, and I know all about not telling anybody for various reasons, but I'm talking about the adult in the picture, the adult who now knows that their brother, sister, whomever, husband or whatever has been messing with the child, and you don't do nothing. Whether you confront them, you still don't do nothing. You don't call the police, or you just push it under the rug altogether and still let the person come around your children. That's something I will never understand. And to this day, I know somebody personally that would talk about this perpetrator as if he never touched the children and his own children. And I would look at the person like, why do you keep talking about this motherfucker? Did you forget what he was doing to you as a child?
I for a long time I hated my mother for doing that. I mean, I hated her literally. But I learned to love her and forgave her for it because, and maybe nobody understands that, but I did because of the way she was raised. I mean, her parents basically, they didn't sell her, but they basically at 13 years old married her off to a 30-some-year-old man
13,
because
she was
her
a child.
brothers were trying to get at her.
So
So
she still didn't win.
So,
She still didn't win. A child with a 30-year-old man?
13 years old. She had her
Yeah,
first
that's
child
too
by the
young.
time she was 14. But they would rather give her to the man she didn't know than let her brothers. They were trying, her brothers, she had like 5 older brothers. They were trying to get at her. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying.
So her parents, my mother's parents, got her out of that house.
Yeah.
But the 37-year-old man was somebody they knew, and they'd rather be with him than be with the brothers.
But that's still insane.
It is insane, but this is what I'm telling you that for, is to make you have an understanding of my mother's mindset.
Listen to me. Listen to what Queen telling you.
I know, sweetheart.
I already know what you're talking about without having to tell you anything. I'll just say what I'm saying to you.
Okay.
That's why I said what I said. Why would somebody who was molested by their own brother let them be around their children?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's one thing if your uncle never messed with your mama. So what would possess you to give birth to children, and you knew what your brother was doing with you and your sisters as a child? You will still let that monster come around your children. Then you get wind that he's been touching your child, and you still let him come around your children. Then years later, you hear he's been messing with his own girls, and you still don't cut your brother off. Why not?
I don't know. How can I answer that crazy?
You can't answer it. I'm just answering the question to the world. Why would any mother allow a man to be around her kids, whether he messed with her sisters, or he never touched her and she found out he's messing with her children? She still let the person be around her kids. You are sick.
Yeah, they're sick. They're
sick.
I will say, that she never let us go off alone with him again, but still to have to look at him, oh my God, I wished him dead so many times.
Well, is he alive or dead now?
He's dead, and I cheered the
Did he have his own children, girl children?
Yes.
So he probably did it to them.
A wife and his own girl children.
So he probably did it to the girls too.
And who knows? And I had tons of cousins, so who knows?
Yeah.
He didn't. I mean, he stayed at our house, but he visited who knows?
Well, I know those kind, and I know what they did, and I know that they did it to their own children. I believe the allegations about this person that did it to their own children, and nobody did a damn thing. All everybody did was pass the rumor along from relative to relative, and like I would tell people, I don't want to hear nothing about it. See, Queen, that's why Queen has the disposition that she has. I don't do foolishness. See, other people like to aid people and bullshit, kind of like the stuff going on with Candace and Don. You'll never get that from the Queen. You will never get an okay nod from me on no BS, essay, nothing. Not now, not never. You'll never get me to ride along because Pookie, Ray Ray, and all them ride along. I don't work like that. I ain't never been like that. And I'll tell you to your face, you want to aid a child molester, that's your business, but don't you ever breathe their name around me.
Now, if one of my brothers had tried to do something to my child, I'm telling you right now, I'd have killed him. And I don't think it would have mattered that I had that experience. Knowing how I feel about my child, I would have killed him. There's no doubt in my mind.
I get tired of these stories.
And even if it was a woman.
Well, I get tired of these stories, though. You understand what I'm saying? Because right now we're in a modern day. There's no reason to keep using excuses of aiding a child molester. None. You can't sit up here and keep saying, oh, I love him and he take care of me. He would never do that. Just say you honor it and you digmatize. I'm going to say it, excuse my language, you digmatize. Because that would be the only reason I could see you wanting to sit up under somebody that would molest your own damn children.
And the father, and still go to bed with them. and have sex with them, knowing that they try to have sex with your own child. I mean, I don't understand the mindset of those people. I can't. It's beyond me. It's beyond most people that, don't. But there's thousands of them out there.
I know they are. And that's why I'm saying we're in a modern day where people should have more sense about themselves to know right from wrong. You should know better in a modern day not to allow somebody around your kids, not to continue to let somebody be around your kids when you get wind that your child's been touched. If your child come to you and say, somebody's been touching me, where in the hell would you think a child would make up something like that? If you know you ain't been touching your child, you ain't taught your child nothing about SA, then what would possess a child to just walk up and say, Johnny been touching me down here, or Pookie been touching me down here, or Uncle Bob been touching me down here? Where would they get that from? Where would a 5-year-old get that from? Your child don't know nothing about sex, and they're gonna walk up to you one day and say, I'm itching, or it hurts down there. Somebody's been putting their pee-pee down there, and you're gonna sit there and tell them, no, that's not true. Why would you say that?
Right. And you asked me, well, you didn't ask me, but when we were talking about Summer, look, there are pictures of her holding herself. So many different pictures, not just one picture.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me that that's just, what a normal, when you take a picture, how many children put both their hands on their crotch?
Yeah.
She was in pain. She was hurting from the night before. That's my opinion.
Well, do you believe possibly that, if you're going to go there about the pictures, do you believe possibly that the child was also assaulted by her own siblings?
I think it's possible.
Because I'd hate to think that.
And I also, and I'll tell you something else that I'm going to say.
Did you say yes or no? I didn't hear you.
Rock your little world. Is that I
believe yes or no?
He may have what?
I said her children. Do you think her siblings were also possibly molesting her?
No, I don't think they were. But I think it is possible that Don was molesting them.
Okay.
Because if you do it with a dog, you would do it with your sons. So think about that.
Say it again. I said it again. What you just said about the sons.
If you do it with a dog, you would do it with your sons.
You know what?
What, you want me to go away now?
I didn't never think I was hearing anybody say it out loud. I heard it the other day, and because Dolly Vision was talking about it on his channel, and I said, let me get out this mess right here. Because I already knew where it was going. And I hurried up and turned that mess off. Because I said, I done heard enough today. I'm going back to, look, HGTV. That's my blow. My HGTV, my decorating channels. I have to have that in my life. Especially when I'm listening to this mess right here. And all the stuff I see in the YouTube queue, the news, social media, crazy people in my own demographic talking. My decorating channels is my escape from all this ratchetness.
Well, I watch series and I watch movies, and my escape right now is catching up on all Arrested Development, because I never watched it. Because I can't. When I leave,
I do believe Donna Wells was molested.
When I leave listening to stuff, and I don't listen to. I'll catch bits and pieces of channels, and I listen to yours, and I have to do my own videos. So when I get off, I'm not listening to no more YouTube garbage. I'm going on there. I watched several movies on a really good movie on Netflix about this search dog. The state trooper rescued it from the pound, and the lady wouldn't let the dog be put down. They wanted to put this dog down, and her name was Ruby, and it was in Maine. And that dog that he adopted and trained, later on, that woman that didn't want that dog, and this is a true story, that didn't want to let that dog go. She loved that dog. Her son came up missing in the woods, and all the search dogs out there weren't finding him. Ruby found him.
Okay.
It almost makes me cry. So she saved that dog, and that dog saved her son.
Okay.
And it was a true story. And they are still, the officer and Ruby are still on patrol 12 years later. She's probably ready for retirement, and she was voted the top rescue dog, I think, in 2018 of the United States.
Well, let's go here. Molesters, 9 times out of 10, were molested as children. So they didn't have any say-so over people touching them. Molesters, molested as children, will eventually molest other children. Not all, but some. And then, as I said, they don't get any help for the deviants. They end up becoming adults who molest children. And that's the sick side of being a child molested, is that you have the propensity to possibly touch other children, infants, children, whatever age group, and also become an offender. Not all children become offenders, okay? Let's make that clear, because a lot of people like to say I don't believe that, because if that's the case, half of the world are child molesters then.
Right.
Everybody you know damn near is a child molester if that's the case. So Donald, I believe, has said in some commentary that he's been touched. What I'd like to know is who touched Donald Wells?
The stepfather.
Why can't you all, why not would it could be his own father?
Because
did Donald Wells tell you all as his stepfather? Or that's somebody else telling you that?
No, he didn't tell. No, nobody's told it. It's what I have assumed from what I have learned from how the stepfather treated him. He was very brutal. And when they say brutal, and that the stepfather did do.
Somebody in the chat is saying Don's dad was in prison for essay. You didn't know that? No, I did not.
No, but Mary, the stepsisters would have been molested too, is what I'm saying, by that father. And that's
the whole point I've been trying to make to everybody.
And there were other brothers and sisters that nobody has ever come out and said that man, Don's biological father, ever did anything to them of that nature. But it has been said that the stepfather, the man that Don's biological mother married after she divorced Don's father, did do his children.
Okay. So did the children that he allegedly molested, were they boys and girls?
I know of the girls. I don't know of the boys.
Because like I told the chat the other day, you do have dual offenders that do both sexes.
Right.
Because a lot of people just like to assume that because they hear allegations that a man touched a girl child, that he wouldn't touch a boy child. There are a few offenders, or maybe some, that do dually essay both sexes.
Right. Which goes back to our original thing where we said if it wasn't an abductor, he would have taken one of the boys, because when someone came home, she looked like a boy.
Exactly.
Shaved head, pants, a shirt. That's a boy. She's not old enough to have
breasts. I was listening to Evil Exists video the other day about the relationship between Don and Josie, and he got me to thinking myself about why he took that child to Utah, why he didn't want that child going in the house to mingle with the family, which you're on their property staying in a camper, but you didn't want the child intermingling for 6 whole months. That's a long time. That didn't make no sense. Then we go to Summer Wells missing. First person you have with you in an interview publicly is the same child. There's something weird, yes, and creepy about that.
And why is
together?
And why is Josie the one that they say has all the emotional problems, that has behavioral problems and emotional problems, and not the others? He is the one acting out. He's the one with the behavior issues. Why?
Well, you always have to remember, same parents, same. It doesn't really matter because each child is different. Who's to say all of them ain't been getting touched? And that's just the one that's being more vocal and what I'm trying to say, outwardly vocal. You understand what I mean?
Yes.
Because he's older, he can do a little more swift talking and back talking. And perhaps
who's to say
that parents are not rearing you properly too. They don't rear them right. They're giving them drugs, alcohol. Hell yeah, he gonna be talking and acting out.
It was letting him smoke, supposedly.
That's what I'm saying. So you can expect the worst from him anyway, because you got him doing wrongdoing as a young kid. You got him doing stuff he ain't got no business.
But you brought up, why did he take him with him? And I'm bringing up
that's odd to me, because I'm not going to travel all the way across country and don't have my family intermingle with the child, but I'm on your property. That don't even make no sense. Why am I going to take somebody that long way and say, don't go in that house, don't talk to them, if that's true? So you really don't know if it's true or not. Because that really makes no sense. I'm going to travel all this way, stay on these people's property, but then tell my child he can't go in there. So then that opens the question, where was the little boy while Don went to work?
With him. He had him going to work with him. He had him going to work with him in Hawkins County. He had him going to work with him.
I'm still saying logically, why did you take the child with you? Why are you not letting this child mingle with your parents? Something is off with that. It makes no logical sense.
Open his mouth, I guess. I mean, I don't want to
think about what you're saying, but think about what you're saying. It still makes no sense. I'm not going to take the child that I'm worried that's going to talk. Why would I take you then? Think about it. Would it be safer to leave him at home?
Well, you could keep using him.
That's all. That's all. That's what I'm trying to tell you. See?
No, I'm trying. You want to make me say it out loud because you don't want to.
No, anything I don't want to. I asked the question to wait to see what y'all gonna respond.
Well,
you ask the question, but they don't give no answer.
I'm going to respond that he took him because he was using him. Okay. Summer was. Who knows? Candace might not let her go. She was too much to take care of. He couldn't take her to work with him.
Yeah, you always take a girl child anyway. That wouldn't look right. A man taking a girl child.
Right. And like I said, he'd have to leave her somewhere during the day while he's working. I mean, Josie, he could take right with him everywhere.
Okay, so what? So when you say using him for what purposes, ma'am?
You know what I'm saying? Using him for what purposes?
No, because I don't know what you mean. I don't know if you mean sexually or it could use him as a mule to work with him. Because you see, he used people to work.
We're making, a supposition here.
Okay.
That if Ron would do it with a dog, and if he would do it, he has done it with his stepsisters. He's done it with other women he didn't know. Then what's to say? Just like you said, lots of predators do both boys.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do, boys and girls. Because a lot of people don't want to accept that either. They just assume that they have the one preference. I learned that in watching a true crime story of a man who raped so many girl children. You couldn't keep counts out in California. And then finally one day they got wind of a boy child, and people were stunned because they was like, we never knew that he liked the other sex. And then it was admitted, yeah, he had a preference of both. To me, he wasn't going to tell you.
To me, any predator, especially a child predator, will do a boy and a girl the same. I don't care. I mean, I don't. And who's to say that the girls weren't, when the predators are using them, that it's not sodomy instead of the other?
Well, that is the whole point of why I argue very strongly about the CPS being involved in the beginning, because what I try to make people understand is you have one-track minds, many of the people out here, when you try to make excuses for why the boys stayed behind. People kept trying to differentiate Summer alleged essay with why the boys stayed. If I'm a CPS worker and I'm investigating you for molesting any child, I'm not going to leave the rest of your children in your care because they're boys. And a lot of people think and thought this way. Well, no. They left the boys because of they were there because of Summer. I said, well, listen to what you're saying logically. That makes no logical sense. Abuse is abuse. What in the hell would possess me as a social worker to leave other children in the company of a child molester just because they're the same sex as the perpetrator?
I'm going to say something disgusting, and that's just the way it is. But with a predator, with a sexual abuser of children, a hole is a hole.
Okay. Hello, everybody in the chat.
Do what?
I was speaking to everybody in the chat. They were speaking. So that's what I was trying to explain to everybody who have a one-track mind about child molestation. Stop thinking of one versus the other. That's the reason why the boys were left behind if CPS was involved. Like I told people, when they went to the property, the first thing the police was supposed to do is go run a social work check to see, have these people been investigated for anything involving their children? That's the smartest thing you should do when you're going to see about a missing child. Okay, let's check the database to see if other things were going on. 2, you're there to survey the property. You see the property is in disarray. You see the house is in disarray. Ding, ding, ding. Bell should have went off to call DHS, Johnny on the spot.
Right.
So if indeed they were investigated for anything pertaining to the mistreatment of children, I don't know what the allegations are. Allegation, don't matter. State should have came immediately and removed the boys. So why not? Why were they not removed before the 6 weeks?
I don't
make me understand it.
And I don't understand. And then they say they were removed for reasons that didn't have to do.
Yeah, with her missing, but
right.
It's now playing a part now with them being removed.
And the lawyers that they talk about, Candace and Don having, I got, that straightened out. It is the lawyers that they were given for the case against the boys the Child Protective Services took away. Those are the lawyers that they're talking about Don and Candace having. And because the boys are involved, because of the boys, it stretched over into the Summer Wells case. Mm-hmm. And those are the lawyers that when Ronnie Lawson says they lawyered up, those lawyers were provided for Don and Candace by the court because of the boys.
Yeah.
When he said they lawyered up, those are the lawyers he's talking about because the case spans over to the Summer Wells case. They didn't get lawyers for Summer's case, Don and Candace.
Personally.
It was the lawyers that were given to them for the CPS case, but now it is stretched over into the Summer Wells case.
Let me say this to somebody in the chat. You're still doing exactly what I just said. Stop trying to separate the two. The boys don't have to tell the police nothing in the beginning. So you don't know what's the truth or not because they ain't told us nothing. You're not listening. I just said abuse is abuse. Abuse is abuse. No matter what reasons they were involved with CPS, because we don't even know what's the truth or not. You still had no business leaving the children there. The boys didn't have to tell them they were being touched by the father. That's not the point. The point is you saw the conditions of the house, the property. If indeed CPS had been involved with the family before the 15th for whatever allegations, why would you leave the boys there? Y'all act like you can't hear what I'm saying.
Well,
I shouldn't even have to keep repeating this.
No.
Abuse is abuse. It doesn't matter which one was getting abused. Doesn't matter what you think was going on at 110. The point is when you got there, you saw what you needed to see. So if indeed there's truth to a CPS investigation before the 15th, why would you leave the children? Why can't nobody understand what I'm saying? Jesus Christ. Come on, man. Y'all can't be this gullible now.
Why'd they leave Harmony Montgomery after they went out there and saw she had a black eye from her father? Why? I don't understand. It's just like there's bad everywhere. There's bad police that make every other one look bad. There's bad CPS workers that make every other person in CPS look bad. I don't understand.
What I'm trying to make people understand is when you come in here with these allegations of who shot JR, who was touching who, bring a receipt because all of these allegations don't add up to what actually took place. The proof is in the pudding. Boys stayed behind 6 weeks after the girl was reported missing. If you're going to keep riding the horse about the girl was being molested, CPS was involved, CPS was called, then what logical CPS worker would leave the boys there? You can't make me think I'm going to leave some kids in a house with a child molester and just assume the child molester is only molesting the girl. That makes no sense. And that's not how a logical thinking person would navigate. That makes no sense at all. I'm going to remove all the children.
Because they didn't think he was essaying somewhere. Otherwise,
that's what I want somebody to say. Exactly. Well, you don't have a receipt to that.
If you think that, he was essaying Summer, they would have taken the boys. Evidently, they didn't think that. They thought, a neglect case, whatever, Summer went missing. They hadn't. You can't believe the word Candace says, but Candace says the whole CPS investigation was dropped shortly before Summer went missing, like a couple weeks before.
But that's my point. Who's to say that she's not telling the truth? That's why I keep telling everybody, you don't know what's the truth because nobody brings a receipt. The state can't do anything because they're not going to.
Right. So, maybe they went and took the boys because Summer was missing and she hadn't been found. It was 6 weeks. Maybe they said that, wait, something's screwy here and something don't make sense. Law enforcement saying she wasn't abducted. So, maybe we need to get them boys out of there just in case.
Yeah. So something happened after the 15th, obviously, with Don, Candace, and the boys. I do not know exactly what happened. Don made it seem like it was a safety issue, but I think we know it's more than that. It's more than that. Something happened in that house after June 15th. What exactly happened, I don't know, because you can't believe the people in the store to tell you the whole truth. My thing is, if indeed they were investigating them, the boys should have been removed the same day that they went to see about Summer Wells.
Right. If they suspected SA or they had any proof that it was being done, they would have taken them. I mean, you don't just go take all the children out because a child comes up missing. I mean, Brandy has other children out there in Idaho, and Michael Vaughn went missing. They didn't go take all her other children. And you see, Brian Wong made that clear with the chief of Cal City. He made a very valid point early on. I have covered many missing stories of missing children, and their other children don't get taken. So why did you all remove the children from Jacqueline and Trezell? And he told them, we are not in the child removing business. That's up to the state to make that decision. So that means the state saw something day one. Right.
When they went there to remove the other 4 children, which was what? Because I'd really like to know that.
The state or the detective saw something.
Well, I'm just saying though. But what was it that they saw? Because they removed them the same night, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll know at trial. We won't know till then.
That's why I like to compare the cases of Cal City and Rogersville.
What I'm saying,
they're really yoked.
You never go take. Many children have come up missing. You don't go take the rest of the children.
Yeah,
they didn't do it to the Wells, but they did it out in Cal City. Cal City,
right. And Brian Wayne made that clear with the chief. He says, I've covered a lot of cases of people going missing, and the state police, whomever, don't remove the children. So he let them know we don't have jurisdiction. But obviously, they saw something, the state, to remove the kids.
Oh, they either saw something or one of those kids saw something. Mm-hmm. Because otherwise they wouldn't have done that. You can't just go take people's children because one comes up missing. Did you see what come out yesterday down in Florida, Pasco County?
No.
They arrested, charged her with felonies, a detective that worked child protection because she was falsifying.
Oh, somebody said in the chat, I think earlier. Something about somebody doing that. Yeah.
They arrested her, Pasco County. She was a detective. Her job was child protection. She was go out, check on families, make a report, and then do a report to CPS if the child needed to be taken out of the home. Okay. She was falsifying and lying on her report, saying that she talked to people when she never even saw the people. They weren't even home. And the way they found out was because she had someone she had to take with her and train.
And they must have told it.
Yes, they did.
So what are you saying is basically she wasn't doing follow-up visits. That's what you're saying?
Okay. She wasn't. No. And she was falsifying the record, saying she talked to the people and that everything was fine.
Well, that's what I'm saying. She just wasn't doing the job. She was fudging the record.
Job, right. But there could have been children that needed to be taken out of those homes. And she was just too damn lazy to do her job and was making
She probably had a heavy caseload. And she was probably one of them people that was numb to that kind of work, which goes back to the thing of most jobs. Why take on a job that you realize you're not cut out to do? Then don't do it.
Well, now she's facing felony charges and she's locked up. So there, you don't want to do your job. That's what happens to you.
Damn, you need a drink after that damn comment right there. That just cut dry, everybody. Show's over. Girl, you a mess with yourself. She's like, it happens to you. So guess what? All the other social workers y'all like complaining about, maybe they'll read this story and say, I'm gonna do my job for now because I won't go to jail.
Those child protection detectives that ain't doing their job, they need to watch this story too.
Well, this is why I say to people about blame. when you don't know the laws in every state, you can't pinpoint who's at fault in certain situations, because as the situation with Cal City, the chief tells you, hey, we don't have no jurisdiction. So see, you can't blame them in the situation of saying they didn't see something, didn't say something, because now they're telling you we don't got no involvement. It's the state. Same thing with the state. You don't know who's seeing what, saying what, putting what down on the paperwork, who ain't calling who, doing what they supposed to do. Follow-up visits. See, you have to have proof of something before you can bring forth an allegation of who's at fault. You see what I'm saying? Because it's easy to always just point the finger and say, he ain't doing his job, she ain't doing her job.
Oh my God, did you see this comment? Even the animals were removed from the Ben Hill property.
All the animals are gone now?
They're saying they're saying even the animals were removed from the Ben Hill property, probably in reference to
y'all.
Don.
Please stop it, Don. Like, Mammy, please. I ain't about to do that with y'all now in this chat about them animals, because that's just too much.
I'm sorry.
That's just crazy. No, when I was listening to Dolly Vision the other day, and I don't know what I was doing, and because I was just saying, well, I'm just gonna check and see what's going on in the queue. Something told me, no, you need to take that telephone and throw it in the toilet. Mm-hmm. I scrolled, and something just said, go on, open and see what he's talking about. And as soon as he said, it's like he was talking around in circles, and I was like, well, what are you trying to say? And then I said, oh, hell to the no. I'm shutting this damn video off. I thought to myself, what in the world? Where'd that come from? Who is saying that, oh girl? See, crime. Who put that out about human and animal? The sister, right? Mary, yeah. Because I watched
Mary on the interview.
Yeah, I watched that.
Mary told it and said that they had a poodle at they had the family dog.
You know, Don really gonna hate her. Do you hear what I'm saying to you?
Well, I tell you a comment that it's funny and it's not funny. That was put under my video. Okay. Somebody said if he put his noodle in a poodle, he'd put it in anything.
Yeah. Well,
I was like, oh my God.
I think common sense would tell us we know that you would have sex with
but my God,
a doorknob, a door hole in a door. We get it.
The way they said noodle and poodle, I was like, oh my God.
But shit, I lost my damn train of thought. I'm sorry. I can't remember what I was gonna say. I was gonna say something. I don't know what I was gonna. I'm speechless.
It's sickening.
Yeah, it's sickening.
That's why I said what I said about the boys. Who's to say? I mean, who's to say? We don't know. We ain't got even nobody charged, so we can even go to court.
Oh, I was talking about Mary and Don's relationship. Right now, let's be truthful. All this talking to Madun is getting redundant. To me, that's my opinion. You keep fucking around. If Don gets out of jail, whenever, he could possibly hurt that woman, because now you have taken it to a whole new level of calling CPS. Calling FBI, TBI when the girl went missing. Now people arguing back and forth about what you knew, didn't know about the little girl, this and that. You bringing forth allegations of him touching you and the other sister. Now you're talking about a man sleeping with an animal. You know damn well he won't show your ass dead.
I don't think Don.
He won't show ass dead at this point. You can believe that. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm being truthful.
I don't think Don's going to get out of jail. I think Don.
Well, he may not. But I can tell you the hate is real right now.
He's going to be, yes, the hate's real, but he's going to go. He's going to be extradited to Utah. He's going to. That was not. Some people said a PI. That was not a PI. That was a law enforcement investigator that called him in the jail on video chat or whatever and told him, the SA charges against him. Mm-hmm. And everybody says, oh, there's statute of limitation. This was what, I'll ruin my video today. But look.
You ain't going to never get it because I'm going live, going into hour 4. Lord have mercy.
Statute of limitations in Utah. Yes, there is a statute of limitations in Utah. Okay, that says you have to be 18 4 years after you're 18 or 4 years after you realize you were, it was done to you. But what nobody wants to understand is that 2013 statute of limitations was amended in 2015. House Bill 277. says there is no statute of limitations on child sexual abuse because of the fact that many people came forward and representatives put the bill. It passed unanimously in the House, 42-2 in the Senate, was put as an amendment to that statute, and there is no statute of limitations on child sexual abuse because it takes decades sometimes.
Okay.
For
School was
person
in here commenting before saying, I didn't mean to interrupt you, that they don't work. Utah don't work with other states, and he believes Mary is attention seeker. What do you think about Scuba Steve's comment?
What?
Just
I'm
read the
sorry.
comment, Mary.
I didn't understand.
Well, read the comment and tell me what you think about what he said.
Repeat it again. I don't even see it.
Okay. I feel like Mary's
wait, I see it now.
I don't believe her after the well issue came out 6 months later. Utah doesn't work with other states. They are not going to come get his sorry A.
Okay, Scuba Steve, dive deep and tell me why a law enforcement detective.
Now, did you have to say that?
Yes, I did. I did just came, this is me. You don't know me. My friend will tell you. Why did law enforcement take the time and the trouble to call Don at the Hawkins County Jail and get him on video chat and tell him the SA charges have been brought against you, Don? It's all a lie. And, it is before the DA out there. There is no statute of limitations. Why did it take so long? Because other women were coming forward. Now there's 5 more. They didn't.
I think what he's trying to say is, why didn't people say something about Don before? Why are they waiting till the girl go missing? That is a valid
because
point.
I'll tell you why about that too. Okay. Because when they reported it to the mother, the father wouldn't have him put back in prison. Okay. So it got swept under the rug and they left it, but they didn't know that Don had a daughter. Mary and Jeannie and them never knew that Don even had a daughter. They did not find out that there was a girl that Don had until Summer went missing. Mm-hmm. When they heard that Summer went missing, that she was 5 years old.
Okay. He said, who told you Utah called? Steve, everybody's getting this information from this Mary lady, sister, stepsister, whatever. That's where all that's coming from. I don't know.
It was on,
Yeah, don't you got to say it, but Steve just wants to know who is doing all the talking. Maybe he doesn't know.
Other channels, but the fact
it's his sister. It's his sister is the one doing all this talking on another YouTuber's network.
It would be easy to find out if it was a lie or not. Just call down there and bother Hawkins County some more.
Oh, they don't want you to call us, so please don't. Do not call Hawkins County for any reason. If you live in Hawkins County, your house on fire, your ass better get a bucket of water and a hole.
You think that I'm going to?
They don't want you calling in for nothing.
Yeah, first of all, you think I'm going to go up before the world and tell them that, I was SA'd by my stepbrother, and then tell you that there's that we're bringing a lawsuit, and then say, the detective talked to Don and it's in the DA's hands to look like a fool? No.
Well, Lauren Rose says, yes, as she promoted her cooking channel. Yeah, I don't like that either. That's poor taste to me, because my thing is, if you ain't been thinking about YouTube or on YouTube to promote anything before y'all start coming out talking about dead people, missing people, it's in poor taste. It looks very bad. It just looks bad.
That may be true, but I do believe that.
So you're basically saying you believe Mary. Just say that. Just say, yes, I believe what she said.
Mary, I believe Jeannie, and I believe 5 other women. If it was just those 2, maybe you could say then, but there's 5 others.
No, that's not what we're talking about. I ain't talking about the allegations. I'm talking about the law official part. Calling the jail or whatever. That's what we're talking about.
Well, she said it, and and he backed it up. So what?
Who backed
it up? Who?
Chris Dunn. Okay, we'll go there. So the network, so the network backed up Mary's allegation of some law official, whoever that was, contacting Donald. So what we want to know, because what you got to remember, everybody don't watch some other channels, so that's why maybe he's questioning what you're saying.
But I don't.
Who is the person? Is this a real detective or a private investigator?
A real detective,
okay.
Not a private investigator.
That's what we'll see. Because I got 2 different answers in the chat the other night.
Well, I did, I got that too. It's a private no, it's not a private investigator. It is a detective from the police department out there in Utah where the charges are.
Well, let's go here. Let's go here, Beard. Let's just go here. What if it don't pan out to be nothing? He don't get extradited, and he just does his time right over here in good old Tennessee.
Then I guess I'd be making sure I was well armed if I was her.
Who you talking about? Who, the sister?
Mary, because he.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's where I've been trying to take this point I'm making. You can assume whatever you want. Y'all entitled. If y'all want to go on and on about Utah, the allegations, knock yourself out. I deal with straight crazy people. That boy got more hate now because she won't stop talking, whether the allegations are true against Donald about dogs, cats, monkeys, billy goats, children. That motherfucker could get out one day, and you have just sealed your fate fucking with Donald Wells. Y'all better wake up, because you're assuming he talks a lot, go on lives, he wouldn't do nothing to her. You get on a plane, train, automobile when he come up out that jail and find that damn sister, I'm trying to tell you. Because now you have now humiliated that white man. Rather, not that I care, but I deal in real facts. You have now humiliated a man by saying he has slept with a fucking animal 10 months into an investigation. Do you know how that sounds?
You don't know what he's capable of. The man has been in prison most of his life. In prison.
Well, that's the point I'm trying to make to the chat.
Armed robbery.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He would have no problem finding her or the other sisters and knock their ass off, because now you have really humiliated him. Let me tell you something. Whether it's true or not about him sleeping with his children, child, sexual assault of these other people underage. You have now said on a public platform he did something with a whole animal. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Well, you know by now he has real hate for Mary now.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. But evidently she feels that she's protected enough, maybe by the police department out there and her own husband, and maybe she's empowered herself, that it's worth it to her to finally get justice for what he did to them as children.
I know that Don talked to her even after she came forward. But see, a lot of people will question that too. What kind of game both of them been playing with this tick for tat, going back and forth. That's why I told people all this stuff Mary doing, a lot of it really don't make no sense to some of these conversations, because I wouldn't be talking to Don about nothing. Because the Jeannie thing, I don't understand none of that either. Why does this woman not come out and tell her own story, tell what she got to say? Why is Mary being the mouthpiece of what exactly happened with dogs and cats and Jeannie? See, I don't understand none of that.
Okay, Jeannie did come out. She came out on YouTube.
Yeah, I think she did, but I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about what Mary just told Dun the other day. Why is she spinning that? Why would you be spinning that? Why not let her?
I don't know. Even if that was true, I don't know that I would have said it.
That's what I'm trying to say. That sometimes it's best don't tell everything. Don't tell everything. Because see, I think what everybody is doing, everybody is self-serving at this point. Everybody is getting excited that Don is locked up, and you assuming his ass gonna stay in there. But you will be shocked if you look up one day, like August, and his ass ain't in that damn jail.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Don't ever think he can't get out of that.
Well, let me say something else.
I live in a world where
I'm looking at a nail on the wall right now that something fell off of it. And I was thinking to myself, if I came out and I had to tell the world that he did all this stuff to me, and then he didn't go to jail, maybe I'd want him to come after me so I could blow his brains out.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, you can think what you want about people, what they will do, won't do. They're a pussy, excuse my language, but all I'm saying is, allegations true or not against Donald Wells, what that woman has told Dun is way worse now. And that man is probably sitting in that jail cell seething with her at this point. He's got his wife out here popping up on lives like she's a Kim Kardashian.
He's seething on everybody.
He's sick to death. You can believe that.
He's seething on Candace
he's seething. Believe that. And I'm telling you, You don't know what a person would do when they have time to sit and ponder. That's the point I'm trying to make. Don has a lot of time to sit and concoct some shit.
Well, evidently she's not afraid of it.
Well,
I mean,
I ain't got nothing to do with them folks out in Utah. They do whatever they want to do. She want to keep talking about Donna Wells, and the other people want to keep coming out, bringing out other stories. Look, I don't have nothing to do with none of that. All I'm saying is, whether it's true or not, what she's saying, the man is obviously ill. That's all I'm saying.
So now you've made him iller, I guess, but I mean, who's to say that? I mean, who's to say that it just was because of the animal? I mean, he was probably seething already because of which he was, that they even brought it up. I mean, we've seen him going off on all the channels. It never happened, or it happened, and we were both responsible because we both did it. I mean, he was seething before, so now he's just a little bit more angry. I don't think if I was in jail, I don't think I'd want anybody to know I did that, because God can.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Is that
the other
people stuff I can downplay, make up all I want, because he's already done that. But now you're talking about a whole animal. Hell yeah, he hot butter.
Would you quit saying a whole animal?
Girl, that's black folk talk. We put not whole in that way. Whole, we mean like a whole person, a whole piece.
Because it'd be terrible if it was half an animal.
You know what? Shut up. Crime, get down from here.
Okay. I'm leaving.
I said, damn. Yeah, black folks, that's how we talk. We'll say, girl, it was a whole car. We already know it's a car with whole. We just say a whole. He hit the whole car. When you just say he hit the car, black folks, we put extra words in when we talk. A whole damn dog. That's what I said. Oh, damn animal.
It was.
Ooh, Jesus, I can't.
John went and got some roadkill. It was half an animal.
Please stop. You know what?
What?
I can't type what I'm supposed to be typing. I'm trying to respond to a commenter, and you got me all messed up. I'm supposed to be putting the word go. I done put in KNOW.
Oh my God, go on.
Wait a minute. I'm trying to say, child, I make up names as I go along. Crime, please, you messing me up, right? Make me kill myself. Jesus Christ. Well, like I said, I don't feel for Don or Candace, but I just speak logically. Anybody know that when you've done certain things that nobody knew about? This is just common sense. You don't want the whole world to know. That's why I always told you when Don and Candace started coming out, they're not gonna do nothing but give you bits and pieces of stuff they've done and said to their children, this and that. Ain't nobody expecting you to one day find out they was molesting a dog. Come on now. Do I really want people to know that? It's one thing you accuse me of molesting my own child. I sold my child. You now said I put my PP in an animal. Think about that for a minute.
Do I have to?
Well, you ain't got to, but you understand what I'm saying. Now you're saying, what's the word? What is the appropriate word for molestation of an animal?
Bestiality.
Okay.
Don't ask me how I know that. It's not.
Yeah, I forgot to use that word, but I couldn't think of it at the moment because it's really not a word I keep in my vocabulary.
I know. It's not something I ever wanted to know.
In my word dictionary.
I saw a book one time and I didn't know what the hell it was about. It said bestiality, and I thought it was about, like.
God have mercy. So guess what? So let's go there so we can make light of this live. If you go mess with animals, then you probably been messing. We know you got a blow up doll then.
What? Oh my God! Why do you
look? He got a doll. Wait a minute. He got a doll in that shed. Y'all keep crying about that damn shed. What the hell was in that damn shed? A doll that looked like Candace. Shut up, Queen.
He don't need no doll. He's got enough others. I mean, that place was swarming with dogs.
That's what he got. He got blow-up dolls. He had blow-up dolls, and they looked like Candace. Just had the colored wigs on them. Shut up.
Dear God. Yeah, shut up. Slap yourself.
Ooh, Jesus. Oh, well, this subject isn't about Summer Wells. This conversation has nothing to do with Summer Wells. That's the whole point. Nothing has been about Summer Wells. Nothing. Absolutely not.
Listen, and we got no evidence. Ain't that what the detective said? We don't know no more now than we did on day one. I still go back to what I said before. They need a task force. They need to bring in, more help. Listen, I've monopolized this chat. I'm going to drop down and go put my video up.
Okay. Well,
What?
I ain't said nothing. I'm getting ready to go. It's a beautiful day now. The sun decided to come out now. I'm just gonna enjoy the rest of the day. I might sit outside if it's decent enough. But I thank you for joining me. And I thank you all for joining me. I was trying to decide if I want to go live, maybe not later. I'm tired of talking about mischief and mayhem. It just, all these stories are just horrible to me. Absolutely horrible. They're just horrible.
I was glad to be here. Bye-bye.
Y'all gonna be mad. I'm gonna tell you what y'all gonna look up one day. Y'all gonna see that damn Donald Wells gonna be on somebody live. Don't y'all send me no message telling me Donald Wells got out of jail. And I'm tired of talking about him. I'm tired of talking about that stupid wife he got. But thank you all for following the content. 4 hours in. God bless all of you. Have a safe week. If you'd like to donate to the channel, $DeGangie 129 Cash App. All super chats are welcome during the live. This was a very winded live pertaining to information of the investigator, bringing forth a 3-part video by WJHL. Feel free to go back to the beginning of this video to get the said information. All videos have been posted to my community page. If you need verification for all information by Detective Pruitt to the reporter at WJHL, prayers for him because he is the lead investigator on this case. We have questioned the commentary he's brought forth. Why did he just now come out 10 months in? Is there a conflict of interest with all these different agencies? TBI, FBI, Hawkins County Sheriff's Department. Is there a message in the information that he brought us pertaining to the child not being abducted, the child possibly not wandering off? They're not dwelling on that because they don't have any factual information to say either or. So perhaps the child is back in the Beach Creek area. And I believe that's what he was telling us. That's my opinion. That is where Summer Wells is. That is where her remains are. Is in the Beach Creek area. That she was disposed back there. I kind of feel like that is the message that he was sending to us in his said commentary. Saying it in a roundabout way. And now you have to ask the ultimate question. Who put Summer Wells back in that area? And what was the motive? And will these people hire private attorneys for themselves, or do they have private attorneys? The attorneys that he speaks of in the commentary, is it only the lawyers pertaining to the children that were appointed to them when the children were removed out of their care? Will they get their children back? Do they have access to the children? Do the children want to deal with their parents? Have they severed their rights to the children? Has the state decided to sever the rights with the Wells and the children? Where do they stand with CPS on custody of their said children? 10 months in, you would think by now, Candace and Mr. Don Wells would have their children back. They are not cooperating with law officials. When did this happen? June, July, or recently? Why are they not cooperating with law officials? What changed to stop cooperating with them? In the commentary, he lets you know that he had a good rapport with these people last summer. So now we have to ask, did the rapport stop last summer with the Wells? And why did they stop cooperating? Is this a sign of guilt on behalf of the Wells? And the sign posted on the property, you will see another network posting that information in the queue. Who put the sign up there near the Wells property? Did Candace or any of her entities post that Summer Wells missing poster there? Or was it a busybody that posted the sign? And if it was an outside busybody, why would you do that? Why are you going to the property? Why are you snooping around the property? Why are you all still going live from the Wells property? What is the point of still stalking, hanging around the Wells property? As I've said, seek and ye shall find. You keep hanging around those people's properties, you may find something you don't like. And you might end up like Summer Wells. Keeping it 100. You have to know your place in life and you have to know your role. That sometimes it's better to be a spectator than an instigator. Let the law officials do their job pertaining to the disappearance of Summer Wells. Enough meddling has occurred. That was also mentioned during my commentary by Mr. Pruitt, that endless tips have come in to the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department, FBI, TBI, which have led them nowhere? Are they telling the truth about that said information? Are they at a standstill as of June 15, 2021? Or is this a ruse to get the killers comfortable to tell on themselves what is the truth? Thank you for joining me. This is Everyday Shenanigans.